Right. Well, welcome everybody to the August 16th, 2022 Board of Commissioners meeting. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. And agendas and speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers that can be turned in to up here at the front dais. So the first rule of orders is a moment of silence and a pledge of allegiance and by Ms. Deb Hadcock.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Deb. Before we get started, I want to take a moment to thank our staff. We've had a difficult week with COVID in our office, and we've actually had to shut down the office for a while, but the phones were transferred over to the auditor's office and so forth. But they pulled together and they were able to get our agenda and get us to be able to be functional today. Today, we do have a variance, couple of variants on the items on our agenda, and they take a supermajority. So keep that in mind that we have one commissioner, you guys can't see him, he's on Zoom, but we'll be able to hear him. And we have one commissioner who's gone. So keep that in mind today as your agenda comes up. If at some point you would like to have your item continued to the next meeting when we have a full commission, please let us know so we can set that forward. But I wanted to really give kudos to our staff and administration in this office for pulling together and getting us going. With that being said, the first items on our agenda is the consent items. And I'll recognize Sandy. Oh, no, I don't. Excuse me. Next on the agenda is review and approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Another process that we are doing, that something that's changed, is if, since we have one person who's on Zoom, we can still do a roll or a voice vote. If there's one no vote, then this commission will go to a roll call vote. So just to give you information on that. So now, next on our agenda is the consent agenda, and I'll recognize Sandy Sutherland from HR.
Sandy Sortland, HR Generalist.
Sorry.
The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda contains the following items. Number 5, minutes to the regular meeting, August 2nd, 2022. Number 6, to approve the renewal of the retail off and on sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine license for Mountain Meadow Store and Campground, and to release the license upon payment of appropriate property taxes from the auditor's office. Number 7, recognize and thank the volunteers for the month of July 2022 from Human Resources and Fire Administration. Number 8, to declare surplus for the purpose of sale or disposal, one Glock 19, serial number BCHV 835 from the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Sandy. Is there anybody from the audience that have any items from the consent agenda pulled? I do have one request from Mr. Chet Ellsworth, number 5. Any others? Any from the commission?
Move approval of 6 through 8 on the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, second by Laster to approve 6, 7, and 8. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I'd recognize Mr. Chet Ellsworth, and the item is number 5, the minutes of the regular meeting, the August 2nd, 2022. And Mr. Chet, I, I would like to advise you that I'm going to try and run a constructive and effective meeting, and you've been here probably 4 different times, and so on a lot of the different, on the same stuff, and I want to, if the commission agrees, I'd like to limit it to 3 minutes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Laster.
I'm fine with that, but I would just like to point out, Mr. Ellsworth, every time you've come up here, I'm trying to follow along with what you're saying, and I agree the public should have input. I can't seem to follow along what your end point is. I don't know, maybe if you can give us what your desired goal is or input, because some of the things you're talking about, it's not registering with me. And I'm pretty conservative, and I like to make sure that we're doing things by the book. So if there's something that you're trying to get at, a point that, I mean, I'm not even following along, and I don't think many of the commissioners are following along. So we got to kind of make it where we can understand it and make it simple, if you don't mind. That's what I'm going to ask, because I understand people coming here and they say they've got different things that they would talk about. Many times I'm willing to go and investigate and look into them, and I've said that from the dais many times. I can't follow what it is that you're trying to make a point on, so that's what I would ask, just see if we can get some clarity in what you're trying to get at, so that maybe we understand it a little bit better.
Thank you, Mr. Laster.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
I agree with Commissioner Laster. Mr. Ellsworth, I agree having the public come up and speak, but I haven't understood the things you're talking about either. You go from one item to the other, and if you could just explain what you're talking about, or if you have an item, where did you get the information, and where can we look up that information that you have facts on? Where did you get your facts, and is it like, I don't know, SD 4634 on number, 35 or something? That way we can go look it up and then call you and have a discussion instead of you just rambling on about stuff that we don't understand. Because I do like hearing from the public. I just don't, I'm with Commissioner Laster. I don't understand half the stuff you're talking about, sir. It sounds like you're just beating up the staff and people that work here, or some of the minutes, and it just looks like you want to ramble on about things that aren't fact. So if you have facts on your information, I'm willing to listen, but if you're just wanting to beat up people or tell that people are doing things wrong with no facts, I would ask you not to come up here unless you have facts and information on your stuff, because it's just rambling then, and it's not helping the public, and it's not helping us to find information to help you or the public to get that information out. So, with that being said, sir, please give us the information or the facts or the information with some kind of reference so we can go look it up and call you back, sir.
Mr. Chair, the reason why I wanted to impose the 3 minutes is, like I said, to run an effective and productive meeting. And last couple of times you come up, you kept going back to some past stuff and so forth. And we've got people that are on our agenda who have invested not only time and money, but we have set times for their presentations and to deal with their items that are on the agenda, and it's a disservice to them when we're running 2 hours late, an hour late. So this was a decision I decided to bring forward and give the commission an option to do the 3 minutes with you. We normally don't do that, but it sounds like that's the way it's going to be from now forward. With that, I'd turn the floor over to you.
Chad Ellsworth. I think that's pretty hostile. I think all of you are pretty hostile, and you're limiting my free speech. I'm addressing the controversial or non-routine items in the previous minutes, August 2nd. The agenda at that time called for a number of things, and I've said this before, I'll make it quick. On item 18 of the agenda for that August 2nd meeting, you had items from the public, and you didn't, in the minutes, call for any items from the public. In the minutes, you didn't put it in the minutes. That's a big deal. The second thing I'll point out before I get going here is on item 22 of the agenda, you had a report for the NACO conference schedule. I waited for it. There was none coming forward. There was some verbal things saying it was all internal. Well, that's the CRT conference that you guys go to, that you contribute to. That would be of some interest here. And it would be going toward the controversial part of what you're playing in this, and it's not a routine matter. The actual minutes itself, I'll go as fast as I can. I want to bring up the first item was the naming of Michael Butler as a public defender, getting $90,000 a year for being in the public defender's office. The question of Michael Butler came up before, and I've talked to the auditor about it. At one time, she's given me 3 stories now. And the last one was, oh, well, he worked one day and quit, and now he's come back.
Chairman, could I stop for a second? Michael Butler's not in our minutes. Is he?
No, but he's got 3 minutes.
It's my floor. It's my floor, right?
This is not public comment. This is about the minutes, if I'm correct. What's in the minutes?
Yeah.
Is this my floor, commissioners?
Public comment is later on. This is about the minutes, if I'm correct, minutes of the regular meeting, August 2nd, 2022.
She's got a point there. This is about the minutes for August 2nd, 2022.
Yeah.
Not
Page
from,
9.
Mentioned in table.
Okay,
Page 9.
okay.
thank you.
You've hired him 3 times, and he's disappeared 3 times. I want to bring to your attention the transcript of a impeachment trial that what just came out. They waited until August 1st, just before your last meeting, to print it up, although they could have printed it up a lot earlier, mentioning that Mark Bargo and Michael Butler were in that trial together. Okay? That was, you hired him before he went to trial against Mark Butler. You're running a secret situation here. In that same, and I can give you the documents. I'll give you the documents here. In that, it refers to in rediscipline of Torno. And in that document, page 28, it refers to the attorney that you guys are in a secret lawsuit with. And I'm going to give you this document here.
Yeah, 30 seconds, sir.
Okay, well, I'll give it to you some other time. And here I have your auditor is get questioned about a lawsuit in February. Since February, she's known about this lawsuit, the secret lawsuit you have, and 41 CIV 22 298. And you were just noticed of an appeal of that. And all the same time, you're sitting here telling Roger Thompson, and who was at the meeting last week, you haven't got anything in your minutes about him, and he's questioning you about the election fraud, and you're sitting with the case that's making you a bunch of money. You got paid $20 million
It's time,
to
sir.
not divulge this.
Mr. Chet, it's time, and what I would suggest to you is we do have a complaint form in our commission office. I would spell out and give your documents that you have a concern with and present them to them, and then we can review them and get back to you. But otherwise, your time is up. Thank you, sir.
Well, your hostility is going to lose your tax indemnity. You're going to lose this commission by your process.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a couple questions?
Mr. Laster.
Mr. Chet,
Chet.
Mr. Ellsworth,
Mr. Ellsworth. Apparently.
Mr. Ellsworth, I have a couple questions for you.
I think he's done. Okay, moving on, item number 5, is there a motion for approval of the minutes from the August 2nd, 2022?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, second by Lassiter. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Now we come to our regular agenda items, and I would recognize Ron Jeffries. This is item number 9, 2022 Central States Fair kickoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ron Jeffries, General Manager, Central States Fair, members of the commission and online. Thank you for having me. We start Friday. I'm here to tell you that the pass sales have been excellent. We've sold out of every single grandstand pass we have. VIPs, premiers, general admission. It's never happened in my 25 years of seeing this. I think there's a big push for people to vacation here at home. We are a very good bargain when you buy our passes. We still have our carnival passes are still available at the Big D's, but the grandstand passes are sold out. We will have some individual tickets available to certain events, but that's super exciting news. It really shows that we've got some strength in building up for this year's fair. We have our ribbon cutting at 3 o'clock. We hope you can attend. It should be a great run the entire week. I think one of the reasons that we've had such great ticket sales is we shifted the way our lineup goes. We still start off with Supercross races and then the Mountain State Fords Demolition Derby. And then we do the X-Bronx and 3 days of Range Days Rodeo starting that Sunday, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday with Rodeo. And we moved the Black Hills Energy Concert Series to the last weekend. And certainly we've had a lot of comments about the concerts moving to that weekend that has driven some pass sales, we believe. But we're probably going to be back looking for more seating in the future if we can keep this trend continuing. I also want to mention that every day, Monday through Friday, if you come to the fair before 3 o'clock, it's free admission. So it's designed to make it so people with families can still come out and enjoy tons and tons of free entertainment on the grounds and see the competitive exhibits, go through the animal nursery, and participate in the fair at really no cost. So we make it affordable, and in addition to the grandstand passes, the carnival passes, we try to make it a great event for our community. We've started some road construction. Well, we didn't, but there's been some road construction started around the fairgrounds. I would encourage everyone that's planning to attend to leave early, arrive early, because there will be some traffic holdups, and we don't want you to miss whatever it is that you're coming to attend. So start early, and we'd be glad to provide you a great entertainment when you get on board. I want to do a shout out to my board of directors. They've been super good at helping us get things put together and planned. The office staff has been phenomenal, and the maintenance crew is just knocking it out of the park. You'll be impressed when you come back in and check some of the work they've done to get ready for this fair. The entire schedule of events is available at centralstatesfair.com, and we hope you all can attend and see some of the sites and see some of the effort that's gone in and with the support of the Pennington County Commission's budget, the work that we've done on the fairgrounds. So,
Thank you, Ron. And we do have a proclamation to read too, but I'm going to give the commissioners time to make comments. I'll recognize Ms. Hadcock.
I'm pretty excited. I like the 4-H events. It has lots of kids that do many, many things, and they raise money for different things that they need for 4-H. We have First Responders Night, which is pretty exciting for all our first responders that help in our community. That's pretty awesome. I work with a lot of veterans, so you have Military Night. That's pretty amazing. The rodeos are great, and the concerts. The fair is just a really good event for our rural people and city folk to come out and see what the fair is all about and experience that country living is what I always say. I just love it. I've loved it since I was a kid. It keeps getting bigger and bigger and better. So thanks to you and your volunteers and your crew. It's been amazing and it only gets better. So thank you for everything you guys do, from the children all the way to the military, to the first responders and all our country people that come out, and our farmers and ranchers that really appreciate what we do here at the county. So thank you for everything, Ron, and your team that makes this happen.
thank you.
Mr. Lester.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to let you know, Ron, well, you already know, I'll be out there Friday for some of the youth animal judging, so I plan to be there. I hope to be there a lot more, but I do have myself booked for some haying this weekend, so we'll see how that goes, but
I hope you get to hay because that means it's not raining, so.
that's true, and if it's not raining, that means everyone will be able to show up to the fair. So, I've served on the board out there as well. I appreciate all the work you guys are doing, and I haven't been able to see all the new work you've done, but I look forward to that on Friday as well. So I'll expect a tour when I get out there after the ribbon cutting.
Perfect.
All right.
Mr. Roskinek, do you have any comments? You might chime in afterwards.
Can you hear me?
Yep,
Lloyd?
we can hear you.
Well, as Ron already said, he knocked it out of, and does that every year. And I think it's a great way, a good expression. But I want to thank Ron and everybody that is involved with making this happen. And I'm glad to see that those all the grandstand passes have been sold. So keep up the good work, Ron.
And I'll pass on Ron Jeffries also that I like the new schedule. I think it looks like it's going to really flow good, and I think it ends the fair with a bang with the concert series at the end and so forth, and gets people going right away. So I really like that, and I think as you just heard, the commission's really appreciative of all the work that you and your staff do, and it's appreciated.
I would also like to just let you all know as commissioners that the county employees up and down the line, department by department, have been nothing but helpful for any time we've asked for anything.
Yeah.
They've been great help.
And we're normally all in our Central States Fair shirts at this point in time, but
Keep it clean for Friday.
yeah, there you go. So with that, I'll read the proclamation that we have for you. It's an executive proclamation from Pennington County, South Dakota, 2022 Central States Fair, August 19th through the 27th. Whereas on Friday, August 19th, 2022, the 77th Annual Central States Fair kicks off with 10 full days of showcasing the county's best in animals and produce crafts and wares, along with entertainment, rodeos, rides, and fair food. And whereas the Central States Fair is one of the region's largest fairs, which attracts nearly 150,000 attendees each year by showcasing agriculture, tourism, and our community alike. And whereas the Central States Fair plays an important role in the growth and development of 4-H youth, they have the opportunity to showcase their projects, animals, speaking skills, and knowledge, all receive acknowledgement and recognition for their hard work and dedication. The Central States Fair allows them to share what they have learned with the public and promote the 4-H program and educate the community about the benefits of 4-H youth who participate in the fair, learn responsibility, the benefits of 4-H. Youth who participate in the fair learn responsibility and sportsmanship while strengthening their confidence and communication skills. And whereas the Central States Fair is a beloved tradition celebrating the agricultural past, present, and future of our community. And whereas in the most appropriate for the people of Pennington County to join together as we celebrate the 77th Annual Central States Fair in Pennington County, South Dakota. Now therefore, let it be known the Pennington County Board of Commissioners encourage all citizens to visit the Central States Fair August 19th through the 27th and enjoy the true community event that has positively impacted our community for 77 years.
Move to approve.
Moved by
Second.
Laster, seconded by Hadcock. Any discussion from public? Any more from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Appreciate your time. See you at the fair.
Ron? Next on our agenda is a public hearing for application for the countywide permission to install rural water pipelines, the resolution for West River and / Layman Jones Rural Water Systems, Inc., Ms. Jessica Higgs. Is she present?
Thanks. I am on Zoom if you can see
Oh,
me.
there you go, Jessica, we see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, for allowing me to appear by Zoom today. I am here on behalf of West River Lyman Jones Rural Water Systems, and this is an application for approval for countywide authorization to keep our pipelines in Pennington County. This is something that's required that we do every 20 years by statute. The 20 years has expired, so this is just a reapplication for that countywide authorization. The application was filed with the auditor's office and notice was given to all other utilities in Pennington County. I am not there in person today, so I'm not aware if anyone has appeared to have any comment or objections. If you guys could tell me if anyone has appeared, that would be great.
Thanks, Jessica. Do we have any questions for Jessica or public comment from the audience? Because this is a public comment time and period. I have no speaker request forms and I have nobody raising their hands. Is there any questions? Oh, Joe.
Jessica, is that correct? Is that the name? Jessica, this
Yes.
is Joe with Pennington County Highway Department. Thank you for putting this in front of the commission today. It's basically it's something that we've overlooked in our ordinance 11, which is what we use to put the utilities in the right-of-way, is what we've been using. We need to update that and follow this process and procedure. But I would ask that you also follow, for any new installations, that you guys follow our ordinance 11 until we do get it updated. So with that, that's all I've got.
Chairman.
Ms. Hancock.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. You guys sent us a map, but, I have no idea how to read this map because it's like, that looks like, I don't know, you can't read that.
And Jessica, if I'm correct, the map that you sent is where you currently already have water lines, is that correct?
That is correct. Those are existing water lines. This isn't an application for any new pipeline in the ground. It just shows what we already have. Any process, to put any new pipe in would go through the same thing, the notification in the ordinance 11 and things like that.
Okay.
So Jessica, could you blow this map up and then show us, so we could read it? I mean, not like today, but, so we could read it in the future. And then, I'd like to look at it with Joe and kind of see where your pipelines and stuff are. And that probably,
Yes.
maybe he already has one, but, it would be nice to see where they are, because I was trying to look on this and there's no way I can tell where the pipelines. That's why I was like, I didn't even know you guys had these, in our right of way. So if that could be done, I would have no problem, approving this today as well.
Yes, and we can provide that. Most of our pipeline is actually on private property. We make it a point to get easements and put it on private property if we are able. Most of the time that we are in the right of way is just crossings. But we will provide a map that allows you to make it larger so you can see where our pipelines are located.
And we appreciate that, just in case we ever need your water lines for anything in Pennington County. We would appreciate that, map, Ms. Jessica. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Deb. No questions. This is typically renewing the agreement of a 20-year program, but with some changes. I think Joe expressed those concerns that he has, and Jessica is okay with what's going. With that being said, I would look for a motion from the commission.
Move approval.
Second.
I moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Jessica.
We also provided a resolution for your signature. It should be in your board packet if you would.
Excuse me, I think that's what the motion needs to be is move to approve the resolution granting authority to the West River Lyman Jones Rural Water System for countywide permission to install rural water pipelines.
That would be my motion.
That
I
was
would
the,
second.
Kara,
Got it.
that was the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So it's Been noted. Thank you,
Thank you,
Jessica.
Ms. Jessica.
Thank you.
Next, we come to another public hearing item on the Title III public input on proposed projects. And what Scott Guffey is gone today. This is the one that he handles, and he gives us proposals for this project. So I'll read what it's supposed to be. It's public input, written or verbal, at 9:15, August 16th, 2022. Pennington County's use of the Title III funds for the following, these are his proposed projects for 2023. Wildland firefighters equipment and training, an increase in protection of people and property from wildfire, emergency response equipment, our vehicles, search and rescue response, and training, and other emergency services as allowed by the Secure Rural School and Self-Determination Act of 2000 and 2008. The total estimate costs for these projects are $34,416.22. Those are Scott's recommendations for those Title III funds that come in every year. He has meetings and conducts the needs assessments, and so this is pretty typical for what he does every year.
Any public input?
Is there any public input? Oh,
We have not received any public comment in the commission office.
no comments from the commission office. Is there any comments from the public? Seeing none, I would look for a motion for, is there any from the commission?
No, sir, but I have a question.
Mr. Laster?
So the motion says move to take public input, but are we not already taking public input? So then,
We have.
I was trying to give an explanation of what the Title III funds is by reading that.
okay, I was like, okay, I thought that's what we're doing, but, all right, sorry.
So the motion would be everything I said. Just move to take public input.
So
Oh,
move.
I should have said.
Second.
Moved by Oster, seconded by Ms. Hadcock. Any discussion from the public? Board, seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we come to Mr. Bruce Hintz. I know I probably destroyed that. You've been here many times.
Got it right.
Okay, this is the 2021 Financial and Compliance Audit / State of South Dakota Department of Legislative Audits.
Morning, my name is Bruce Hintz, I'm with Legislative Audit. There should be a copy of our engagement letter that was included in your packets. Just kind of outlines our whole entire audit process for the fiscal and compliance audit for 2021. We take a look at the internal controls, the various processes. We'll also take a look at your grants, audit them, and include a schedule of federal funds in the report. We make some inquiries as far as the fraud and fraud risks associated with various operations and stuff with the county. I just stopped by this morning to let you know we're getting started. See if you guys have any questions. I see the chairman is not here today, but the vice can sign the letter. If we get the letter signed, then I'll get Cindy to sign it also and get you guys a copy of the signed engagement letter. Just want to stop by and let you know we're here and see if you guys have any questions. I'm working in the back room of the auditor's office. If you have nothing today, feel free to stop by anytime. And I think Al will be here at some point in time to help with the audit process and be around to answer any questions for what you might have.
Also, if the public has any questions on internal controls or anything, they also can ask those questions.
Yep.
Or give them to the auditor, which can also ask you those questions at
Yep,
this time.
Yep, that would be fine.
That way, we can have those answered before they come up, and
Sure.
that would be good. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Bruce. I'd look for a motion to authorize the chair's signature on the engagement letter from the South Dakota Department of Legislative Audits for the 2021 audit.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Laster. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you, Bruce. I do want to bring up just a little bit, not with you, Bruce, on the past item with the Title III. I wanted to read a little bit for the public so they know what that funding was. This is the Secure Rural Schools and Communities Act that has once again been authorized by the Congress, and our payments made to the forested counties from the U.S. Forest Service for timber sales receipts of 85% of the funds go to the Title I, roads and schools, and the remaining 15% Title II and Title III. So it comes from the timber sales. I just wanted to clarify that, where that comes from. I just kind of read off the Title III, but it's from the timber sale the money comes from.
Thank you.
So next we come up to item number 13, and this is going to be the Honorable Mayor Mary Williams. They're going to give a update on the Wall Industrial Park. And
Thank you, gentlemen, commissioners, for allowing me to be on the agenda. Good morning. And I am wearing my Wall Economic Development President hat today. And I'd like to introduce our new Economic Development Director for Wall. This is her second day on the job, and this would be Callie Carey. So you may see her in the future as opposed to me as far as industrial park is concerned. So I first of all want to thank you for your generosity when you provided us with the funds that got us moving forward on our industrial park with your very generous $660,000 donation. And Travis, to you, Commissioner Lassiter, for helping us carry that forward. So where we're starting then is in February of 2020, on a very cold, blustery day, we went to the industrial park, and that was the day after the city council had identified our 85 acres, which is just off I-90 exit 109, north of the municipal airport, for our industrial park. So then, it seemed a long time because we went through all the environmental assessments, getting designers. But on May 25th of this spring, we actually did our groundbreaking because of your generosity. We were able to get to that point. And so then, here comes the construction equipment, the trucks, the excavators, digging trenches, digging really big holes. I had no idea that's how deep those, I can't read engineering plans, so I had no idea that that's what that was going to look like at one point. And then just a week ago, this is where we were at. We are actually waiting for one pump to come in, which will arrive end of August, first part of September, and that'll be our last step. They have moved forward with leveling the dirt, filling the trenches. That will soon be seeded. And so what I'm here to tell you then is that we use the money for what you gave us for, and we'll have that we've submitted documents already. We'll have the last documentation to you very soon to indicate the project is complete, and you made that happen for us. And the best part of all is the fact that we will be the first or the only South Dakota DOD Light Industrial Certified Park in western South Dakota when we accomplish this. So this is listed on the GOD site. So as site selectors are looking for places to move to in western South Dakota, our site is one of those. If you check this site out, there's only one other western South Dakota site listed. Other than that, everything else is east of the river. So we are trying to make sure that we are making people aware that there's places to bring a business to western South Dakota. So again, I thank you for your generosity and your support. If you have any questions, Kelly would be glad to answer. Oh, no, I would take
I'm
those.
qualified yet.
Mr. Chair,
thank you, Mary. I was just going to say it's Kelly's turn for the spotlight. What do you want to share, Kelly?
Just happy to be here. Please give me a call if you have any questions. Maybe next week, not the first week.
That's a good start.
Mr.
Is there,
Chair,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Laster? Well, Ron, I'm going to go to Mr. Laster first, and then I'll come to you.
okay,
Just out of curiosity, you've got some pretty good leads yet for now that you've got this established?
We actually do have some investors that are looking at us, so.
Well, when you start talking to them, I'd like to come visit and hear about it ahead of
Okay.
time, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. We'd love to have you.
There you go. Ron Rosknecht?
Mr. Chair, that was my question as well.
Okay.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock?
Mary and Kelly, very proud of all and where you guys are going for economic development. I'm going to give kudos where it should go. This board did help give that money, but Travis Laster, Commissioner Laster, is the one that put forth the time and energy to make this happen. So this is his district, and he believed in you. He made us believe in economic development. For Wall was a huge part of this district, let alone for Wall, was a huge part of making Western South Dakota something bigger than it already was. So thank you, Commissioner Lassiter, and what you've done for Wall and for Pennington County.
Thank you.
I will second that comment because there was discussion when there was some hurdles that we were all going through at that time, and Mr. Laster did step up, and he was strong on it and did this research and brought back the information along with you guys to move forward with that, and I think that made a difference. And so, yeah, kudos to Mr. Laster and you guys for doing what you're doing with it. So.
Mr. Chair, just one last plug-in. I couldn't have done everything and brought it to you guys if it wasn't for Mary and her team. So thanks to your team that made it where I could give a good presentation and get you guys in here. So thank you.
Because seeing is believing. And so many people, when we started in 2020, talking about this, just couldn't even imagine what that would happen. But I tell you what, when that machinery showed up and those trenches started going and they got the lift stations in, then it made it a reality. So thank you. That
Well,
had to happen for
It
us.
took a vision for you in order to share that vision, and you got buy-in. So your vision is becoming a reality with all the help that you incorporated. So we're
Pretty awesome.
kudos. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, folks. Next, we come to items from the auditor, and she is out, so I'll recognize Casey. And I'm not good with spelling last names, so
That's okay. Casey Eisland, Chief Deputy Auditor. Item A, we have the Secure Rural Schools Funding Election. The county has received notice from the Secure Rural Schools Funding and Committees Act that our current election has expired and we must complete a new election form. In the past, Pennington County has elected 15% allocation, with 8% going to Title II and 7% going to Title III. It is recommended that we continue with the same election. We would just need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Second.
moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. Any public comment? Seeing none. Any from the commission? Seeing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item B.
Item B, we're needing approval to transfer a retail on-sale liquor license with Sunday sales from Bearded Buffalo Trading Company under Bearded Buffalo Trading Company LLC to Horse Creek LLC under Garrett Kuchenbecker.
Move to approve transfer of retail.
Second.
Moved by Lassiter, seconded by Rosknecht. Any discussion from the public? From the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Item C, needing approval to transfer of retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota Farm wine license from Bearded Buffalo Trading Company under Bearded Buffalo Trading Company LLC to Horse Creek LLC under Garrett Kuchenbecker.
I'd move to approve.
Moved by Lassiter,
Second.
seconded by Rosknecht. Any comments from the public? Any from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Item D.
Last item, needing approval of transfer of retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota Farm wine license from Putz and Glow under Putz and Glow Inc. to Carr Industries LLC under Jessica Carr.
So moved.
Moved by Lassiter,
Second.
Second by Hadcock. Any comments from the public? Any from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. 15 is items from emergency management, the local emergency operation plan.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dustin Willett, Pennington County Emergency Manager. Bat and cleanup on this. This was before you at your last meeting, but we had some miscommunication, and the actual resolution of adopting the changes did not get submitted appropriately in the packet. So same things that I said last meeting apply now. All we've done is change the contact numbers, the updating information that needs to be updated to keep that plan relevant. No substantive changes to the plan have occurred, and just before you this morning, asking for a chair signature on the resolution of adoption.
Move to approve the resolution?
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. Any discussion from public? From commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thanks, Justin. Next, we have Robert Sharp and Associates Employment Marketing Strategy Overview for ESCC 911 and the Highway Department.
Good morning,
Joe Miller.
Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. I got Kevin in the back of the room here, if this will come up here. So Kevin actually started this whole deal, and I just kind of piggybacked off him, having Robert Sharps and Associates come in and do an employee spotlight and kind of a department overview for us to try and get the word out there of exactly what we do. There's a lot of misnomers out there of exactly what county highway does, and I think what emergency services 911 does, what we all do, right? So Robert Sharps and Associates came in and did basically a marketing strategy for us and an overview video and an employee spotlight video for us, and it might be something that the countywide might be interested in. It's pretty cost effective. I don't know if Kevin's seen any benefits from it. We just started to get our videos out there, so we'll see what it comes.
I can't say for sure that we've seen.
Kevin, you got to identify yourself.
Kevin Carley, Director of Pennington County 911. I can't say for sure that we've seen any direct benefits, but as far as hiring goes, that was my original intent, to get the word out there but as far as educating the public on what we do, we have seen a benefit from that. The videos been very helpful in that regard. So the money was well spent, in my opinion.
I would agree. We haven't seen the direct impact on hiring, but I think just getting the word out there, just some of the comments that we've seen on Facebook, I think it was definitely money well spent. So with that, I have Tracy here from RSA. Oh, she's right behind me here. So I kind of let her go through kind of what they did, and we'll play the videos here at the end.
So Chairman, just one thing, Joe, on yours, by the numbers, make the numbers match your wheel tax numbers. By the numbers,
This one here,
yes,
that is directly from,
wheel tax?
Yep.
For some reason, I didn't think they matched it, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong then. I'm okay being wrong.
Thank you very much, Board, for having us today. We are Robert Sharp. Oh, I'm Tracy Kennedy with Robert Sharp and Associates. This is Tyler Harris with Robert Sharp and Associates as well. 911 in the Highway Department came to us, as Joe mentioned. Everyone's having trouble hiring right now. Unemployment rate is very low. And so what we have found through our experience, the best way to get quality staff is by making people aware of what you do. As Joe mentioned, that seems to be the case. People are discovering more about 911 and about the Highway Department. And so we hope that that does lead to some quality hiring. We felt the best way to reach people is by letting them know more about what each job entails, but also what motivates each staff person to join, what they like best about the job. And we'll kind of let Tyler talk a little bit about Facebook posts, and then, as Joe mentioned, we'll show some video clips. And again, thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, as Tracy was saying, for Pennington County Highway, we did take over their Facebook, and our biggest thing was trying to inform the general public of where their tax dollars are going, and how that's being used to better our county. So whether it's talking about the fact that they're hiring or showing numbers of the different local infrastructure that they work to improve, just kind of trying to represent everything all at once, because I would say the general public doesn't necessarily know what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. So I would say that was our biggest focus, and I would say it's been well received by their audience as well, based on engagement. I'll kind of go a step forward with especially the Pennington County Highway Department. We did notice that the website was a bit outdated. There were old numbers on there, and there were just minor tweaks that we could make. And being also a website development marketing agency here in Rapid City, we were able to come in and make some changes, like adding an employment page, because previously there wasn't a designated spot within their section of your website for people to apply or to get to know the variety of services and benefits that come with it. So here in the near future too, we're going to continue to make some updates. We're going to add all the videos that we've produced on there, and we'll kind of just go from there.
And Tyler was also key in doing some research on the internet, what search terms people are using when they are seeking employment, and adding some content to the Pennington County page. We noticed that the website, it is functional. It seems to be a little clunky insofar as if staff isn't aware of how to update it. As Tyler mentioned, we're a full service agency. We'd love to help you with some training. We can take that offline. Again, I don't want to waste everyone's time, but continue.
Yeah, but I have it on here.
Okay.
Somewhere.
Somewhere. If not, I got them right here, so. Is there a link in there?
Right, there's that. And while we're waiting, I'm not sure if he's going to show the overview video or the employee interview video. The overview video was very educational. We wanted to put some facts in, put a little bit of lightheartedness in, talk very briefly about the wheel tax, and go right ahead.
Yeah, we'll show both of the videos here.
The Pennington County Highway Department is responsible for the oversight and maintenance of approximately 836 miles of roads, 127 bridges, 3,500 culverts, and 141 livestock guards in unincorporated areas of Hill City, Rapid City, Box Elder, New Underwood, and Wall. We're well known for plowing snow, but did you know we also keep county residents and traveling visitors safe by providing gravel road maintenance, asphalt patching and repair, bridge, culvert, and drainage maintenance and repairs, mowing, guardrail maintenance and repairs, tree removal from the right-of-way, and traffic sign maintenance? All this work we do is paid for by a combination of government funding, grants, and the wheel tax. With 91 bridges at least 45 years old, 22 of which are determined to be structurally deficient, the wheel tax funds are necessary to support the County Highway Department in its responsibility to maintain and repair bridges and roads. Instead of relying on property taxes, it spreads the responsibility to fund infrastructure improvements to all registered vehicle owners in Pennington County and makes the county eligible for the state's local bridge improvement grants. Since the implementation of the wheel tax in 2021, Pennington County has been awarded over $2.3 million in bridge improvement grants to aid in bridge repairs and replacements. Here's a few other things you should know about us. The County Highway Department is only responsible for roadways in the unincorporated areas of Pennington County. Streets and roads that are within city limits are the city's responsibility, and any lettered or numbered route is typically a state highway, and that would be the responsibility of the state to maintain. There are a few exceptions, so if you're curious about who has the responsibility to maintain the roads in your area, check out the interactive maps on our website. The Highway Department's truck color is Omaha Orange, not because of Peyton Manning, but because the truck color originated in Omaha by mixing leftover red for danger and yellow for caution to create the now easily recognizable hue. So when you see Omaha orange out there, slow down, wave high, and be assured the Pennington County Highway Department is working hard to ensure that county roadways and bridges are safe for the traveling public. So now that you know more about us, we'd love to hear from you. Get in touch with us by visiting penco.org/HWI and follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/pencohwi for the latest road closures and other important notifications.
So that was our overview video that they did for us. I'll play, this is actually its first debut for John's Employee Spotlight. So.
I'm John Paulin. I'm a county highway maintenance employee here at Pennington County Highway Department, and I enjoy what I do. I'm part of something bigger than me. A typical day starts at 6 o'clock in the morning. We receive our mission or our call-out orders with what the plan of the day is going to be, and once we have that plan, we go to work. It could be anything from maintaining roads, ditches, guardrails. There's just a multitude of responsibilities that a county highway maintenance worker has, and there's a laundry list of things that have to be done every season. I think every day is a good day. Every day is a positive day. You have to make it so. And we have a good crew, we have good teammates, we look after each other, we check on each other, we have each other's back. And you know, with that said, we spend as much time, if not sometimes more, with our teammates than we do our own families. So we have to have that type of environment in order to succeed. We know that we can't do the jobs that we perform alone. It's a team sport. And so the support that we give each other amongst the teammates is important, but also we have the support from our administrative staff as well. We're not the largest county in the state, but we are a fairly large county, and we have a lot of roads, we have a lot of bridges, we have a lot of circumstances that require attention. I'm working for the people. I'm a public servant, so that satisfaction goes to my core. Anyone with a construction background would fit right in. And not all of those individuals in construction have experience at everything because they specialize in certain things. With that said, farm and ranch people, those individuals who come from that environment or have had that kind of background, usually have that aptitude. They've run other pieces of equipment. They might not, again, have run things to scale like I hadn't. But again, if you're willing to work outside, you know what it takes to get a job done, and you're willing to learn and be part of a team, Pennington County Highway is for you.
Now, this is just for informational only.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you ready for a comment, or you got more?
Not quite yet. We got one more.
Okay.
So this was asked for, I don't know, probably 3 or 4 meetings ago, to be aired here, so.
My name is Kelsey. I'm a call taker trainer and a dispatcher, and I've been here for 4 years. I chose dispatch because I come from a strong law enforcement family. My dad was a police officer for 40 years and my mother worked for Vice. I wanted to also do something that involved law enforcement, but I wasn't sure which path to take. So I decided that I wanted to kind of carve my own path, and 911 dispatch seemed to be that for me. I don't really believe that there's this mold of a person that fits in this box that becomes a dispatcher. You look around this room and every single one of us is completely different. I think as long as you have a passion for helping people and wanting to work as a team. On your very first day of dispatch, you're gonna feel overwhelmed, but it's exciting. You're gonna sit, you're gonna watch the whole room doing what they do best. You're gonna look at these screens and go, oh my goodness, it's like navigating a spaceship. However, you'll pick it up really fast. You're gonna sit there and you have everything laid out the way that you want it. And we teach you how to call take. We're gonna teach you how to listen to split ear and listen to multiple things in the room at once. My favorite part of every day coming to work is when I walk into the break room. We all gather there right before shift. We do a little bit of a briefing. We all laugh and we smile with each other and we kind of talk about how the last couple days have been. And then we come in here and we regroup, and we have such a family environment here, and every single person in this room is someone that I rely on and is my friend here. I'll just say, if you're looking for a change and you feel like you're lacking passion or that something doesn't feel right in your life, I think you should try applying for 911 dispatch. You're going to have an exciting day every single day.
All right, that's all we've got for you, so.
Well, I wanted to say, I think I seen a few of these quite a while ago that were out with 911, started doing this. And I'm going to pass on to the commission here for a comment in a minute. But I think in today's world, the way media is working and so forth, the younger people are more on their phones, and that's how they research their jobs. And this type of thing is working good, I think. One of the other things that I think that changed my mind was, 911, when the youth council was here, they toured your facility and met your people, and they were really impressed. And along those same lines, they came back the following year, and Laura gave them a tour of attorney's offices, the judges' chambers, and all that just, 2 weeks ago? And that getting people involved, they had no idea what the county did up until they started coming here and visiting. And I think these videos that you guys are coming up with explains what we do. And so with that, I'll pass
Chairman, I'll go first.
Ms. Hadcock.
We said as a commission to be creative, and this was a great way to be creative. You're right, Lloyd, about videos and phones. That's how they're going to see us. They're going to look at the videos and the phones and how to get in touch with us through probably, we know through their phones. But the department heads are being creative. They are figuring out ways how to hire, so we appreciate that. We also, in full disclosure, me and Joe went to, Superintendent Joe went to talk to Elevate, Tom Johnson, the other day, and he showed us some other ways to be creative and how to look at things for our departments, and then go to some of our departments and talk to them about how to be creative on some of their stuff, and that they would help, and they would do it for free. So there's some really good ideas that he had, and Joe's passing some of those things on, and he's actually going to use it in some of his department as well. So it's time to be creative. It's time for Pennington County to move forward, and 911 and Joe and some of our other departments are already doing that. So kudos to you guys, and those videos are amazing. They really show what you guys do. They show the passion, is what I like, of the highway department and 911. So that's what I love the most, is that when you show that passion, it makes people want to do that job or go see what basically that job is. So that makes a huge difference.
I'll pass on to Laster here in a second. But we do have, you guys have seen the videos that we've had for the administration building also. These focused on 911 and the highway department, but we have had some other ones out there that are really, you guys have done some good work on too. Did you have any comments?
The only thing I'll say is, seeing videos, my kids watch a lot of videos online and stuff. So now, it's kind of, to me, now I'm okay with watching short little snippets of videos, but I think they were done very well. And it's something that, the kids nowadays are actually doing. They're watching that social media stuff. If I use the wrong terms, it's because I'm not in that realm a very lot, but very appealing. And I've watched them online when I've gone to the PINCO site, because I've been, just paying attention to what's going on. So, but I do like the way they're presenting from, especially the ones from 911 when I watched them when they first came out. An individual person's view of their job and what they do and the challenges with it and why they like the job. So, my background's EMS, so whenever you can communicate it very quick and easy and get the people to understand it, it's a very good job. So they look good to me.
Thanks, Travis. Ron Roskinek, did you have any comments?
My only comment would be, I believe those videos to be very effective. They were very well put together, and I think Deb mentioned that we should look at some of our other departments, maybe Director of Equalization and what their responsibility is relative to the county.
Thanks, Ron. My final comment from that first video I seen, I like the way you guys incorporated how that wheel tax gets used. That was very vital, when this was going on, that was one of the things this commission, during the final hours, a couple weeks, come up with something, put it on the website, requested you to do that, Joe, but to incorporate and explain what it's all was very well put. I appreciate that.
All right. Well, if there's no more questions for Tracy or Tyler, get on with the meeting.
Yep.
Chairman.
Miss Hadcock.
Mr. Tyler, you're very passionate and very exciting to watch. Patty, you are too, but Tyler he talks with his hands like I do, so without sounding too crazy about that, but I thought that was pretty cool. You just looked like you just loved what you were doing up there, so thank you for you guys' presentation as well, so appreciate you.
Lucky to have Tyler.
Thank you. Lucky to have both of you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Joe, item 17, the 2022-0861 East Slate Road speed limit.
So the first item there, item A, East Slate speed limit resolution is just simply to allow the sheriff to enforce the speed limit on those roads after the speed limit was voted to be changed at the last meeting. So item A and B is simply the resolutions for those roads, so.
Move to approve resolution 2022-08-16-1 to set the speed limit on East Slate Road from Deerfield Road southwest to Gillette Prairie Road to 35 miles per hour.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Laster, seconded by Ross Connect. Any discussion from the audience? From the board? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All right.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item number B.
Move to approve resolution 2022-08-16-2 to set the speed limit on Gillette Prairie Road from Deerfield Road southeast to East Slate Road to 35 miles per hour.
Second.
Moved by Lassiter, seconded by Hadcock. Any discussion from the public? From the board? From Joe? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Item number C, to authorize to advertise and let aggregate stockpile, Nichols Creek. Joe?
So this stockpile was actually advertised at the beginning of the year here. And just due to the inflation and the sheer cost, and we had to choose between this pit and another pit in Wall. The need there was, the greater need was in Wall. We've been lacking gravel there. We still have a little bit of a stockpile not far from this pit in the Hill City area, but we do need the material in the Hill City area. So with that being said, I think some of the high numbers came from when we let this project, the contractors weren't able to get in and see this site due to it being in the wintertime and the amount of snow that's up there. So we feel that letting this project here in August or September will allow a contractor to get up there and see what exactly they're dealing with, and hopefully we'll get a little bit better numbers this time around. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions from Joe?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter. Any public comment? Any further comment from commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we come to item D, authorization to advertise and let Sherman Street Bridge replacement.
So with the recent passing of the wheel tax, as stated at one of those meetings, it will allow us to get another bridge completed next year. With that being said, we've got the original cost estimate for this bridge was $823,000 with a 70-30 split. Our grant amount from the state was $547,800. We anticipate that cost to be over about 25%, probably higher than that 823. So not sure exactly where it'll come in. With that, we'd like to advertise and let this project to be on the schedule for next year. So with that, I'll stand for
Mr. Chair.
questions.
Roskinek,
Move to approve the highway department to advertise and let bids for the replacement of Sherman Street Bridge 52-246-298.
moved by Roskinek,
Second.
seconded by Hadcock. Any public comment? Any comment from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Next, we come to item number E, authorization to purchase 2 new 2023 pickups off the state bid.
So with our recently passed equipment approval plan, or excuse me, replacement plan that was passed in May of this year, next year there is 2 pickups on that replacement plan. We've checked around with the different dealerships, and the lead times are 6 to 8 months. With that being said, we'd like to place our order for these new pickups to be delivered sometime February, March of next year. In talking with the dealership, these aren't even a guarantee. Our name gets put into the hat for a lottery to see if we get these 2 new pickups. So we'd like to get our names in the hat to get some of these vehicles replaced. The 2 that these will replace are older, up with their 150, 200,000 miles, and they do work every day. I don't think I've seen these pickups that these will replace that they haven't been hooked to a trailer. So they're pulling Bobcats, they're pulling our Mini X, they're pulling equipment and transporting our crews. So they put in the work every day. So
So
with that.
these are diesel, correct?
So these ones, so Ford came out with a new large gas engine. It's basically a big block engine. With talking to our shop foreman and the parts availability and things, we opted to go with that 7.3 gas engine. So we feel that we'll get the longevity out of those, and they'll do what we need to.
I just asked that because I think Ford's come out with I've seen some other contracting trucks come out at a fairly reasonable rate, brand new. I mean, that I've never seen before. That's why I asked. I've seen this as, you're talking to F-550 at 57,000, which is a pretty good
That same,
cost for that tonnage of a truck, so,
yeah, that same truck in the private sector is probably over 100.
yeah,
Oh,
so.
move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Lassiter, to move the authorization highway department to purchase 2 new 2023 Ford F-550s pickups off the state South Dakota bid contract number 17616 from Boyer Ford, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, total cost of $114,060. Any comment from the public? Any from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Commission.
Thank you, Joe. Next, we come on the agenda is items from Human Resources, and so I'll recognize Sandy for the health insurance policy corrections.
Sandy Sortland, HR Generalist. The following paragraph of Policy 4.10, health insurance, needs to be corrected to match how we actually deduct premiums for the health insurance. The current statement is that we will be deducting the premiums from the last day of the month check. As you know, we now are on a biweekly pay period, so this is basically stating that we will start deducting the premiums from whichever check is most appropriate for when your health insurance starts. So we do deduct our premiums 1 month in advance. Sometimes it's split perfectly, 50-50 from the first and second paychecks of the month. Sometimes, depending on the start date, they can either have both premiums deducted from their first check, or they can have the appropriate premium plus they pay the county for whatever that difference is for the other premium. So basically, we're just correcting the language.
Okay,
Next.
move approval.
Moved by Hadcock.
Second.
Second by Lassiter, to approve the changes to the health insurance policy and employee handbook to reflect the process used in premium deductions. Any public comment? More from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. Now we come to items from the public. I do not have any speaker request forms from the public.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
I ask a question. He always says it's not in the minutes. Ellsworth does. Kara,
We
do we,
don't put in the minutes items from the public if nothing is no motion. We
If
can
there's
start
no-
putting in there.
if it's no motion or discussion, do we legally
Like I don't
have
put
to?
committee
Could you,
reports. 'Cause
could
there's
you,
no-
if there is no public comment, no comment,
I will
could
put
you
it-
add that?
Yep, you can put that.
But like last time, maybe Laura knows, if there's public comment, do you have to legally put it in? Do you have to write public comment and what the public is talking about, or legally we just
If there's
don't
no
have to?
motion, right? We were always told if no motion.
If you would, please. That way, when Ellsworth comes up, that we can say legally, we don't have to put, public comment in our, because he keeps bringing it up every time. And I'd like to know.
I think a simple one is Gary just said, if we had none, she puts down no public comment. Nobody put in a speaker request form or requested for it, but.
But
Right.
last time we did have comment, so I just wanted to know if legally we had to.
Yes. Good morning, Laura Retzel, Acting State's Attorney. So in answer to your question, I just looked up Robert's Rules of Order just very quickly. I'll certainly look into it and give you a definitive answer as soon as I can. But the basic understanding of parliamentary procedure is that minutes are to reflect what is done and not what is said. So my initial answer would be that it should only reflect action taken, not comments made.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Foster.
and I do know by Robert's rules that's 100% correct. I do know some entities, and I'll just use New Underwood City Council. I know whenever they have public come in, they put in there, like Travis Lasser commented on the water issue or whatever it was. Not that it has to be, not that I'm aware, not that I've seen in codified law. It'd be good to know if we have a requirement of it. But I do know certain entities do that just for a public record because they said, hey, it was our public comment and Mr. Lasher came in and spoke about water, or whoever it was in the community, and that's all they do, because they didn't take any action on it. They just said, hey, this is what they came in, and this is the concerns of the citizens.
I agree. I think if that happens, we haven't had a whole lot of public comment except for, I think, this last one, but I think that's a good idea. We could simply just ask Gary to do
Lloyd
it.
LaCroix talked about water in Missouri River.
Exactly.
Right.
No way. If you could, Gary.
Not the
No.
whole discussion, just the
Well, no,
subject.
we can't, I mean, my
Yeah,
God,
just
the
the
minutes
subject.
would be the whole paper.
Yeah,
Probably.
the subject.
Good. It looks like some good came out of today's
Yeah, cool.
discussion, so we'll do that. Next on our agenda is items from planning and zoning, and that's going to be the Board of Adjustments, and we are legally required at 10:30 to start that, so I'd look for a motion to break till 10:30.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Laster, second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Ron, we'll be back at 10:30. Okay, we got Ron back?
Yep, I'm back, Lloyd.
All right. Thanks, Ron. I'd look for a motion to go into the Board of Adjustment hearings.
So moved.
Moved by Hadcock, second by Laster. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Before we start, I'm going to make a comment, Jason, real quick. The second half of our agenda is going to be on planning department items, and speaker request forms are in the back. Turn them into Kara. Typically, the applicant does not need to fill out one or their agent to speak. So, but if you want to speak on any item on the agenda from here on out, please fill out a speaker request form and turn it in to Kara. Okay,
This is
Jason.
Kara. Tell me.
Kara over here. Okay, Jason.
Morning, Commissioners. Jason Thenis, Assistant Planning Director. Agenda item A is variance 22-17 to reduce the side yard setback from 25 feet to 8 feet. The applicant and agent is Ferber Engineering. The property owner is Woodstock Supply. Location of the property is 4705 South Interstate 90 Service Road. It is 6.23 acres, currently zoned heavy industrial district. Existing land use is a commercial business, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. When basing their recommendation, staff does take a two-prong approach. Prong one determines whether granting of the variance runs counter to the public interest. They're on the screen. I'll read staff's response to starting with number one. The requested setback is 8 feet from the side yard setback. The setback to the side yard should have minimal impact on the neighborhood. Number two, The neighborhood consists of commercial and industrial businesses and buildings. Businesses are located in the city, in Rapid City and Box Elder city limits. Number 3, the zoning ordinance for heavy industrial district requires a 25-foot setback from the side property line. The proposed structure will be 8 feet from the property line. Number 4, the future land use is heavy industrial district, which requires a minimum 25-foot side yard setback. And lastly, number 5, the requested setback is 8 feet from the side yard. A setback to the side yard should have minimal impact on the safety, health, or general welfare of the public. And prong 2 determines whether special conditions exist to grant the variance. Staff found that there is. The lot is split by a railroad, making it difficult to access the property and any storage building on the back of the property. The lot is an irregular shape due to the intersection of the lot by the railroad. 1A, the front of the building is utilized for parking, and a reduction of the parking area could create a violation of the zoning ordinance for not providing adequate parking area for the use on the property. And lastly, 1B, maintaining the frontage area for parking will allow the business to maintain the number of parking spaces for the district. A little property history. There is currently a 32,200 square foot storage warehouse, a storage shed, and a 64-foot by 140-foot warehouse. On-site wastewater treatment is through the city of Rapid City because it is within their 1 mile jurisdiction. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review, and there were no objections or concerns received. Staff's analysis of the request is that the property qualifies as a developmental lot, having been transferred together as multiple legal transferable pieces since at least 1994, and as evidenced by the current building that crosses the lot line in the northeast corner of the property. The surrounding properties are commercial and industrial with similar uses and storage buildings as one being proposed. So with that, staff recommends approval, as there are special conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of the Pennington County zoning ordinance, and staff recommends 1 condition be included.
So moved with 1 condition.
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Laster with the 1 condition. I do have a speaker request form if they still want to speak. Zach Lampert, motion on the floor is for approval. Did you still want to speak?
The only thing I wanted to add.
You need to identify yourself and.
My name is Zach Lampert. I'm on behalf of the applicant of Woodstock Supply with Ferber Engineering. Our initial application didn't specify side versus rear setback. The setback for zoning in both cases for heavy industrial is 25 feet. Because of that, only a side rear back was advertised. It's our understanding that separately the rear setback is going to be advertised, and there will be another
one.
We would just ask that, if possible, move forward with approval contingent on that rear setback being advertised and not coming back with negative comments, or considering them both at the same time.
We can't continue or take up both at the same time. They got to be advertised. So we got to take up what's in front of us and been advertised. So if it's going out and getting advertised, then it would come back. And with this one being approved, I would assume it can be both with that situation.
Sure.
But as far as legality, I think we need to follow the process.
Okay. All right. That was the only comment.
Okay. Thanks for making us aware of that.
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion from public? Any more from commission? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item number B, subdivision regulation variance SB 2208, Computer Acres LLC. Cody.
Cody Sack, environmental planner. Item B is subdivision regulation variance SV 22-08. It is to waive the requirements to construct the road to ordinance 14 standards. The owner is Computer Acres LLC. Location of the property is approximately 0.3 miles north of the intersection at East Highway 44 and Weishart Road. Current zoning is agricultural district. Existing land use is vacant. Access is off Weishart Road, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property. Again, when we look at variances, we take a 2-prong approach. For prong number 1, whether granting the variance runs counter to public interest. The answers are on the screen. I'll read them aloud. Number 1, no. The proposed track will take access off Weishart Road. Number two, yes, the neighborhood is agriculture in nature. Wise Heart Road is an existing 16 to 20 feet wide road that provides access to the proposed lots. Number three, no, subdivision regulations require, or section 903 requires that the road is built to ordinance 14 standards. Number four does not apply. Number five is yes. Too narrow of a road can cause issues with cars meeting. Too steep of ditches can cause rollovers, and wrong drainage can cause washouts on the road. Also, if Pennington County is ever to take responsibility of the road, the county will be required to upgrade the road to ordinance 14 standards at the expense of the county. And for prong number two, whether a special condition exists to grant the variance, no, there is no hardship that would prevent the applicant from constructing the road to ordinance 14 standards. This was routed around for interdepartment review. The highway department is opposed to any road built within or along the section line and must be built to ordinance 14 standards. On May 3rd, 2022, the Board of Commissioners approved road construction of section line right-of-way CS 22-06 with conditions. In condition one stated that the road be built to ordinance 14 standards or the applicant obtain a subdivision regulation variance. That's what this request would be. In July 19th, 2022, the Board of Commissioners approved preliminary plat PPL 22-35. If approved, this request would satisfy a condition of approval. And the applicant has stated that he has constructed the road to 17 feet. So with that, staff is recommending denial as there is no special conditions that exist on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of ordinance 14 standards. However, if the Board of Adjustment disagrees and approves the request, staff does not have any conditions to be included.
Thanks, Cody. Is the applicant here today?
I believe so, yes.
How you doing? I don't know if you were here earlier, but we are short one commissioner here today. And when we're in the Board of Adjustments, it takes a supermajority, which is 4 positive votes. So we have 3 commissioners here, and we have one on that's on Zoom that's present. Do you still want? Are you comfortable with what's going on to move forward, or would you like to continue till we have everybody present? And I need you to come up front anyhow, so. You're Milton?
Milton Gutnecht, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess you move forward.
Okay. Just for the record, you're Milton Gutnecht?
Gutnecht.
Okay. I have trouble spelling sometimes, so
I do too.
Okay, we'll move forward. I do have another speaker request form on this item 20B from Jerry Hammerquest.
Okay.
I think it's been answered.
Oh, so you're good, Jerry? Okay. With that, I'm gonna, if you have do you have any comments you'd like to share with the commission on not wanting to build to standard?
There's been a lot of confusion with this, and I don't think it's, I mean, a lot of it's because of me. I don't think it's all because of me. When I went in, I think it was prior to the May 3rd, I had asked to build this road, and I stated at that time 17 feet. And I was under the impression that that's what the variance and the permission to build it was kind of one and the same. And that's on me for just not knowing the whole ins and outs. But, so I went ahead and built it that way. And then I come and find out that, no, we got to apply for another variant for this. So, yeah, it's kind of been kind of a trying experience, but.
So Chairman.
I got one question.
Go ahead.
First before you. So you said the the road's already built the way that you thought it was approved?
Yes.
Okay, because I was attendance of the planning commission meeting when I realized you were pretty frustrated because, but now you've seen what the whole thing and what happened.
Starting to come around, yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe, will you come up for just a sec? Okay. So he has to, what's the road supposed to be for, he's sold one piece of property and the road already is it paved, Mr. Milt? Is it?
No,
It first part is paved or?
No, it's the
no,
first part from 44 up to where I started.
Okay,
It's gravel.
how wide is it?
That's 16 feet.
Okay,
Without looking at our book, I know we met, I don't know if, did Sean and I meet you out there, or was
Yeah,
it
but it
with?
was, but it was raining that day. It was cold, miserable days, so we didn't even get out of the vehicles, but yeah.
Right. We explained at that time that it would be our stance that it needs to be built to ordinance 14, whether it's, right there, whether it's 16 foot, 20 foot, 24 foot, this road will actually go up and Sean and I drove this, it goes up to another section line that meets, Dawkins and can make a good loop. So when the
Yep.
rest, or if the rest of this property is subdivided, the road will then be built to ordinance 14.
so you're gonna start with a 16-foot that's done. You're gonna put it into a 24-foot, because he doesn't have to build the 16-foot that's not his property, right?
Right, but that would be less that the taxpayers have to build to make ordinance 14. I don't know how long that road's been there, right? But it would still be my suggestion that this road be built to ordinance 14, starting from where he wants to build it. And then the county, if at another time wanted to go in there and improve that, it'd be less money out of the taxpayers' budget to build the rest of that road.
Well, right now, he'd be the only one, and we did it for the guy, but out in Box Elder, he did a piece of a road just for his property.
He did that one to 20 foot, if I do remember correctly.
That's what I'm saying, and you want him to build a 16 to a 24-foot road for one property that's not his property. He's actually gonna have somebody else on that property. I guess, Milt, are you building it, or is the guy that's buying the property, he's building the
I've
road?
foot the bill for this so far. If I could say something, this little red line going, I guess that's what, north there? That's a little
Correct.
deceiving, because that doesn't go anywhere past
So let me.
right now.
So Joe, how far does he have to build? Because he doesn't have to build that whole road, because he's only going this guy only has to go to his driveway, or how far does he have to go on this road if you're not, he's not platting this whole thing, right, Milt? You're only selling one piece of property on that road.
Just 10 acres off the corner that,
Right.
we aren't
So I guess
subdividing the rest of it.
I would ask Jason, I don't recall how long of a stretch did they open up the section line? Do you recall, Cody?
Is that a section line right there?
Yes.
Is on a section line.
So the
It's not a
section-
section, so the section line, I believe, runs right here with 154th. Is this another section line as well, Cody? Because this is Weishart here.
Weishart Road is the section line.
Okay.
That we're talking about.
So Cody just stated that Weishart Road is a section line. And it goes up and meets, I'm assuming,
And
another section line.
that's not accessible right now.
So
Show me where Weishart Road is. I'm familiar with this area, but I thought this was off of the section line. That's the only reason why I'm asking.
It's on, Weishart Road is a section line.
Okay, it is.
what I'm saying is Weishart Road has got 16 feet. Then it goes to his lot he's selling. Should he just have to do the lot that he's selling? He doesn't have to keep going past past the lot he's selling. So how far is that?
Oh,
I'd ask for,
Saying?
I see what she's
I
saying.
had asked for 600 feet.
So that's why I'm saying, he's gonna build 24 foot for 600 feet.
Well, I'd asked for 17 feet.
What?
I had asked for 17 feet, and it's actually wider than 17 feet.
So Milt, what he's saying is, on that plat where you're at, that's 600 feet, you have to build a 24-inch road with two side things.
Actually-
It's going from 16 to 600 feet for 24 feet with 9-foot, whatever, 4-foot ditches.
Okay, so let me get clarification from what Deb's talking about. To get up to that one section of the road right now, the present road is 16 feet. And he built another 16 from the section that he's talking about, and we're saying we need to go to 16 to 24, right?
16 to 24, he
Yep.
built a 17-foot
Okay.
already.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
I did go, I had asked for originally to go 600 feet, and I actually went further, just to make a better turnaround area.
Go.
I'm trying to pull up what we have for the width, because the county maintains the first, I think it's quarter mile of that road, and then we maintain to the south of it as well, so, down here
If you
south.
guys, that, where you guys end is 800 feet from Highway 44 to where you guys end.
Correct, so then we also maintain the south portion, which is actually a
And
very
that's,
good road.
a lot of people use that road.
You know, it's goes down to one house, but it's still built to ordinance 14 or exceeds that. So we're not talking about just here, this road actually goes through. So when this, and I believe Hammerbeck,
It doesn't,
No,
Joe.
it doesn't go through.
it
His
will
does-
at one time. Sean and I drove this up to this corner, and it's a good 2-track. The road bed is pretty much already there.
On his, I drove it, Joe.
So did Sean and I.
So his that goes to a field where there's no road, Joseph. On Wisebeck?
Weishart Road, it
Weishart?
ends right there. It's, right now it's fenced off. It's fenced off over on, coming off Dawkins Road.
There's gates across it,
Yeah.
which are unlocked, which is not.
Dawkins is a section line going east, and because my cattle are in that area. That's the reason why I know Dawkins Road. You can drive right down it, and you could drop down.
He owns all that land over there and there's no road on it.
It's a section line.
Section line.
You can drive it. And we have the width of Weishart Road is 18 foot currently, is what our records show. Now, I haven't measured it.
I measured it, it's 16. I'm sorry.
I'm not going to argue with you. But anyways, would still be the recommendation of the highway department to build to ordinance 14.
Mr. Chairman,
Thanks, Joe. Mr. Laster.
maybe I'm getting things mixed up here, but haven't we seen something about a development going into that area, or isn't it another area?
That's on the other side of 44.
Okay, it's on the other. I just want to make sure I know I've heard the
I
name.
believe, I don't know anything about it. I've heard just all hearsay that there's a development going on the south side of 44.
Cody, there's nothing in this particular area that's already been platted for development, is there, other than those two lots that we're looking at?
It's right here. This is Hammerbeck's development right here.
Okay.
What is there, 9 lots there, Cody? 10 lots?
I'm just making sure it's not in this area here, because I didn't want us to say no or say yes to the variance for the 2 lots, but then there's 5, 6, 7, 8 other lots that are planning to go in. Do you get what I'm getting at? That's what I was trying to clarify. I just want to understand that.
Mr. Milton. I'm going to ask again one more time if we want to continue down, because we got one commissioner who's on Zoom, and I know how difficult it is to follow along with all that's being said and done.
Who's that, Commissioner?
We have Ron Rosknecht on Zoom.
Can
And
you ask him?
you need all 4 commissioners to say yes to move forward. So I'd ask you again, one more time, do you want to continue on so you could reach out and maybe have them go out and do it on-site and
I would prefer.
What's the downside? I guess what?
there's no downside, just that you got to wait 2 weeks. You already got the road built. I mean,
And this has been going on for.
and then you'd
all
have the
summer
full
plus.
5 commission here to work
Okay, and
with.
if you vote right now, and it,
Fails, you have to do a 24-foot road.
I guess this is pretty much all new to me. Give me a recommendation. What do you,
If it was me, I'd recommend to continue.
today,
Yeah,
to move forward,
to the next meeting, and then,
the next meeting?
So everybody can look at it.
yeah.
Yeah, that way we can come out and have a look at it and see for ourselves, eyes on it.
Okay, I know one of you have.
I think you get people go do the on-site visit and look at it a little bit harder. I think you could get more buy-in. That's just my opinion. By continuing.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
so the current road 17 foot, 6 inches of gravel with, I guess the ditches are in place. So if he had to go to 24, then what additional work would he have to do? Take the 17 foot and make it 24 and then put new new ditches on the side?
I'd have to refer to Joe how much more work that would be. Would he have to do, going from 17 to 24, you're going to have a lot more base to put down along with the top.
It just all depends on how it's constructed. I haven't seen it since it's been done. You know, if it's constructed correctly, it theoretically wouldn't be all that much more work. You're just taking more material from the outside and putting it on. You know, if it's got a gravel surface on it already, you're gonna have to separate that material to build the road bed so you don't contaminate it and whatnot. So, just depends on who you're asking, I guess.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lester.
And this comes down to one of those conversations we've been having, dealing with ordinance 14. You know, if we, on a section line, if we keep allowing variances and then whenever the county does take it over, then that's more money the county has to do to bring it to ordinance 14 standards if they're going to maintain it. I mean, if we're going to do this or we're going to allow the variance to go to whatever it is, whether it's 17, 20 or whatnot, we definitely want to make sure that we put on there that it's not maintained by the county at a minimum, right?
Even the 800 feet should be taken off at that point, you know, that we do maintain on the north side of Highway 44. It should be a no-maintenance road.
Chairman,
You done?
Yes.
I would ask one thing. If we're gonna start doing this, Joe, and I don't mean this just on Milt, I say we have you do the 24 foot, and then you make him do the 24, and we just start doing it right all the way through. So if we're gonna start doing that, I think we add Joe the 24 foot, so he knows how to do his 24 foot, and we do the road right from
You're
the
saying
beginning.
that-
Because if you do a 16 to a 24, that just sounds dumb to me. I mean, let's start, if we're gonna start doing this, then let's have Joe show him how to do a 24-foot road. It's only 800 feet, right? You said it was like 800 feet or something of 16-foot road. Then we do the 24-foot road of Milt's 600 feet. Then we got a good road. If we do a 16-foot road or 18, whatever, into a 24,
Right, because we're opening
So-
from a narrow to a wide, and it doesn't
Yeah,
make
so
sense. I agree with you there. It
so
doesn't make
let's do it
sense.
right. So if we're gonna start doing this, Joe, I don't mean this mean, I mean, if we're gonna start having this, conversation, let's start doing, the county needs to start putting their road and putting it where it's supposed to be. And then, we put Milt's road the way it's supposed to be. That way when Milt in the future starts selling some more of his land, or anybody else, that we start, everybody has to do it the right way.
So I guess I would ask you, you know, he's benefiting, or whoever is benefiting from the 10 acres, right? They're selling that piece of property. He has to build the road. The county's not benefiting from that, right? So if he was doing this in the city or platting lots in the city, would the city go build that road for him? I don't think they would. I think they would force the developer to go improve that road to wherever he wants to. They would improve the city road to that. So I would just throw that out there.
Milt,
Mr. Chair.
hold on, Ron. Milt's
Don't
got
let
a
him- let
comment.
him go.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Milt's gonna hold. Go ahead, Ron.
No, I'm trying to figure out, Joe, in the ordinance 14, section 400, there's exception to standards and specifications. Now, would that apply to this particular case?
That's a tricky one, I guess, Megan, since this was done before the current ordinance is in place. So, but he's asking for the exception while the new ordinance is in place, he would need to go through the exception? We're kind of in that weird time that this was approved before the current ordinance 14.
So Megan Kruger with the State's Attorney's Office. I don't know the exact date timeline. I would have to know that before I could fully answer the question. If he submitted his application before Ordinance 14 was changed, then it would fall under the old ordinance. If he submitted it after, then it would be under the new ordinance. There's a little bit of difference here because it's my understanding that he's platting. So that's why it falls under a subdivision variance instead of Ordinance 14, I guess, itself. There's a little bit of nuance in that because he is platting his property. It falls under our subdivision regulations, and I believe that's why it's on the agenda as a subdivision regulation variance as opposed to an exception to Ordinance 14. So fundamentally, they're kind of the same thing, but we've had discussions about the differences between the exception and the variance. Variances have very specific set standards that they have to be followed in state statute. And the exception to Ordinance 14 was something that was, I guess, developed through the state's attorney's office and the highway department to give people options, so that way they weren't just required by our ordinance to build to Ordinance 14 every single time that they built, to give the board some flexibility to give exceptions. But this is not an exception, this is a variance. So, if that makes any sense.
Thank you, Milton, you have a comment?
I guess I was thinking right along Deb's lines there that, you know, if I need to be building a 24-foot road, then I would ask the county to continue that their 16-foot road to 24-foot road. There are other properties in there. I think there's 3 other properties there that are using Wise Heart Road going north on 44. So.
You know, Mel, I mean, there's some good points brought up
And
here.
I guess another thing that come up, I'm not building in the city.
No.
We're in the county, so.
I am going to suggest to the commission that we continue this to the next meeting to give everybody a full chance to really comprehend it and make a good decision. I think that's best for you and for me. You know, when you have to have one vote, it could go down. So
I'll second the continuance so people can come out and look at Milt. It's gonna delay you a little bit, Milt, but at least you can have them come out and look where the 16 goes into the 17 and have Joe come out and look at the road, and maybe he might have some suggestions as well.
yeah, that wasn't meant to be a motion, but we'll take it as a motion. It was a comment, but yeah. So the motion is to move, been made and seconded to continue to the next meeting, so we could do a site visit and so have some discussion. I just want to make sure you're okay with that.
All right, I get it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, any public comment on the motion on the floor? Any more from the commission?
Move to close the Board of Adjustment.
Nope, we have to vote on it.
We have to vote
Oh, sorry.
from the motion.
Getting ahead of myself.
Move to approve the motion to continue to the next commission meeting.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Move to adjourn as the Board of Adjustment reconvene as the Board of Commissioners.
Moved by Laster and seconded by Hadcock to close Board of Adjustments. All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next, that brings us to planning's consent agenda. I recognize Jason.
Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine planning and zoning items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or citizen. The consent agenda for planning and zoning contains the following item. Preliminary Plan 22-36 for Dale Kerstead to subdivide and create Lot A and B of Kerstead Addition. The Planning Commission recommended approval of Preliminary Plan 2236 with 4 conditions, and staff supports that recommendation.
Move approval of consent agenda C.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Well, first we need to ask if anybody from the public would want it removed and discussed. Seeing none, we do have a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda, and it's been seconded. Any discussion from the board? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. That's the end of the consent agenda. Next, we come to uncontested hearings. And Cody.
Cody Sack, Environmental Planner. Item D is Comprehensive Plan Amendment CA 22-17. It is to amend the comprehensive plan to change the future land use from agriculture district to ranch district. The applicant is Brian DeShane, and I believe he is on Zoom if there are any questions for him. The location of the property is 153rd Avenue, south of the intersection of Longview Road. The property involves 11.6 acres. Current zoning is agriculture district. It is vacant, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property. This was heard before the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of Comprehensive Plan Amendment CA 22-17, and staff is recommending approval of Comprehensive Plan Amendment 22-17.
Thanks, Cody. Any questions from the commission?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Laster?
Cody, is there a reason why he's moving it to the ranchette, which could bring it down to 5 acres, or is it just because of what they're wanting to do on that property?
So they want to, they're a family from California. It's parents and then their son and their daughter-in-law. They want to split the property in two so they can build a house on one and a house on the other one.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded for approval. Any public comment? Any more from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Item E.
Item E is rezone RZ 22-23. It is to rezone 11.6 acres from agriculture district to ranchette district. The applicant again is Brian DeShane. Again, the property is located south of Longview Road on 153rd Avenue. It involves 11.6 acres. Current zoning is agriculture district. It is vacant of any structures and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. Again, this was heard before the Planning Commission, and they did recommend approval of rezone RZ 22-33. And with the board approving the comprehensive plan amendment, staff is recommending approval of rezone RZ 22-33.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Laster, second by Hadcock to approve item E. To rezone RZ 22-23. Any public comment? Seeing none, any commission? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we come to contested hearings. Cody, item F.
Item F is a request not to submit engineered road construction plans and to waive the ordinance 14 standards. The applicant, Kevin Quinn, is respectfully requesting to waive the requirements to submit engineered road construction plans to construct a turnaround, 2 foot deep ditches, and less than 6 inches of gravel on with the road width. The proposed road will be 20 feet wide with 4 to 5 inches of gravel base. This has been continued. This was first continued on July 19th, 2022 to allow some of the board members to go out and view the property. And then it was continued again on August 6th for some other board members to go out and view the property. I guess I'm not sure if that happened or not, if any commissioners went out there. But the main concern is the drainage. There's some pretty steep drainage in the area. So that's why I believe highway's not here, but I believe that's their main concern is the drainage and wanting it engineered.
So Cody, this has been continued twice, and from my understanding, one of the biggest concerns is engineered plans. And to waive them is what's being requested, but you could approve with engineered plans so it doesn't have to be 24 feet. Go ahead.
So, sorry, she was just telling
I
me
know.
Joe stepped out. Yes, the board can approve to waive road width, ditches, gravel, but still require engineered road plans. That would be just made a condition.
The engineered road plan would be the drainage.
Correct.
Okay, so that's kind of what I'm gathering is, from my personal point of view, from seeing it, is it probably does need the engineered plans for drainage. But the rest I'm okay with.
I agree.
How could we word that?
You could say that you could add condition 4 that the applicant submit engineered drainage plans or engineered construction drainage plans for the proposed road.
Okay.
So, Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on, Ron. Deb spoken first.
Yep, you're good.
So the proposed road will be 20 foot wide with 4 to 5 inch gravel base with also, they would have to submit engineering plans due to drainage.
For drainage, correct.
Cool.
Second. Okay, so Ron, now we have a motion on the floor to approve with the engineered plans of drainage. Discussion, Ron Roskinek.
So relative to South Dakota Codified Law 31-12-48, they discussed no maintenance roads. So would that be a condition that we'd want that would be designated as the no maintenance road, so the county wouldn't have any responsibility relative to maintaining that road and liability going forward?
So that sounds like that would be a friendly amendment to the motion on the floor to add that it's a no-maintenance road.
On a section line though. Isn't it?
It is correct. But I believe that's what Joe was referring to on Weishart Road, was making it a no-maintenance
Yeah.
road where, since it doesn't meet ordinance 14 standards, the county won't maintain it. Which I don't know if that's a request, or if that's something that needs to be done on the request, or if that's something done differently. That'd be
You legally do that on a public access road, is not to maintain it. Megan? On a section line? That sounds,
We've been working through that.
Yeah, Megan Kruger with this.
I think what he's trying to say is we've classified no-maintenance roads, just identifying it as a no-maintenance road so people know.
So Megan Kruger with the state's attorney's office. So typically highway is not my area of expertise. I have read a while ago some of those statutes on no maintenance roads. Off the top of my head, I don't know. If you would give me some time, I could do some research or call Tracy to get the correct answer. If you guys want to just hold this one off for a few minutes, and I can call Tracy and ask her what the answer is, because she's the expert on the no maintenance road stuff.
No.
I don't think we have to put it on there, we could just make it,
No,
yeah,
and the
later.
reason I say that is because our agendas, we got some big items coming up, and to put it off, then it'd probably be towards the end of the day.
Unless we took a quick
If that's
break.
okay, Ron, we won't put it as a stipulation, we'll just leave it as the 20-foot with the 4-foot 5, whatever, and then Joe will do it with, Forever Engineering will bring back the no maintenance and maintenance roads anyway for us, if that's okay, Ron.
No, that's fine.
Okay,
Thank you, Ron.
so we do have a motion on the floor with the addition to the stipulations that an engineered plan for drainage is done. It's been submitted, so any further discussion from the public? Seeing none, any more from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Thanks, Cody. Now we come to item G, PUD overlay 22-06. Cody.
So item G is Plan Unit Development Overlay Review, PU 22-06. It is to review a Plan Unit Development Overlay that allows a single-family residence to be used as a music school and a bed and breakfast to include accessory structures. The applicant and landowner is Brett Walfish and Katie Smirnova. Location of the property is 13271 Klondike Road. It involves 17.04 acres. Current zoning is agriculture district, and access is off Klondike Road, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property. All right. So currently on the property, there's a single-family residence with an approved building permit, a 12 by 20 shed with a building permit, a 16 by 24 shed with a building permit, and two sheds that are under 144 square feet and sitting on cinder blocks, which does not require a building permit. The on-site wastewater treatment system has been installed and approved by Pennington County as well as the state of South Dakota Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources. On July 10th, 2022, the Board of Commissioners approved Plan Unit Development Overlay PU 22-06 with conditions. On August 4th, staff performed a site visit and found 4 practice cabins on the property. Unit numbers were posted on those cabins. Smoke detectors were in every sleeping room. There were fire extinguishers on both levels. Evacuation plans were posted on all the exits. It appears that conditions of approval are being met. The Planning Commission has approved bed and breakfasts in agriculture districts before. Staff has received multiple letters of support and opposition. Most of those letters are on file at the planning department. There are the current ones from when the board originally approved this have been included in your packet. So from when you approved it to now, those are what we've received. Staff did not receive any complaints while the music school was operating. However, some neighbors came to the planning commission and have submitted letters, as well as the applicants have submitted letters as well for some complaints. This was approved by the planning commission, changing the condition Sorry, I gotta find it real fast. Changing condition 17 to, that prior to operation of the bed and breakfast, the road be improved to 18 feet. So the planning commission wants to see the road improved before the bed and breakfast can operate. So with that, staff is recommending approval of planning and development overlay review PU 22-06 with conditions.
Thanks, Cody. Little update. This has been to us up in front of us before. It's a pretty hot topic and congested item. I do have 245 speaker request forms right now on this. And so we've had this hearing, how would you say, about 3-4 times? So I think with all the items in our packet, we've read through them and we know about some of the concerns. So with the speaker request forms, then when I call you up to speak on behalf, I just ask you to be respectful that we've heard it once before and probably try to keep it to 3 minutes, if you could. And then we'll go on from there. Is the commission okay with that? So that the present commission's okay with the 3 minutes. Normally what we do is staff presents and usually the applicant will come up and speak, but I think on this time we're going to take public comment first and then let the applicant, if they want to respond, come up afterwards. So with that being said, the first one I got is Zach, sorry, Zach. Just please announce your name for the record.
Zach Haig, neighbor to the Mount Rushmore, or the Rushmore Music Festival. I'll try to make it quick. I'm speaking in front of you today, hopefully for the last time. I want to address a few items on the PUD. I wasn't able to make the last meeting. I was working. My wife had COVID. We wanted to attend, but we were unable. I did catch the last 5 minutes or so. I did watch the most of the video online. Maybe I misread the situation, but it seemed like when Katie got up and made her last speech, and those statements she spoke about how they brought this to all the neighbors and we didn't say a word about it. That was seemed like a turning point for you guys, especially you, Commissioner LaCroix. You said, I've done that in the past, and the neighbors never responded. I can't speak for everybody, but that certainly was not true on my behalf. I had a conversation with Brett over the phone about a year ago. Mentioned my concern in regard to the road. I know Walt Digman did the same. I'm going to come back to that conversation, but Commissioner Roskinick knows I also went to their home at their request, as did he. And, I felt like I was going to post this publicly. I should go face to face with them and say, hey, these are the reasons I don't want this to happen in my neighborhood. I did that. And beyond that, what were we supposed to oppose? We didn't know. Initially I thought we were talking about a 3-week music festival, which honestly, if that had been the case, I would never have come to any of these meetings. We talk about property rights. I believe in property rights, and if your dream is to have a 3-week music festival, and that's a little bit of an inconvenience to me, well, so be it. But that's not what it ended up being, and that's what the conditions here, or where you're saying, hey, we need to develop trust in the neighborhood. Well, we haven't, because the plan keeps changing. So, Brett and I had this conversation. Initially, it started off as a 3-week festival, and as I kind of pried a little bit more, I was like, well, we're going to start with that. Then we're going to do another 3-week music festival. Then we'd like to do a winter music festival. And we're going to have daily music lessons, because that's what we do. And then to support all that, we're going to have an Airbnb. So that comes down to a large commercial venture in this neighborhood. So the very other frustrating part of this is, this isn't what we do. We're not experts like you guys. This isn't what we do every day. So we get this massive PUD 24 hours before the first commission meeting, and we're supposed to get up here and speak on a public forum, generate an educated stance to bring to you and to the public. And that's hard to do. That just created a lot of animosity with the neighbors. So I've owned my land for 6 years. I just started to build. I'm out there, looking at the progress of my build. I can tell you that the traffic increased there was a marked increase in traffic over the course of the weeks that the music festival was going on. And you were here, you heard them say oh, you guys just don't understand. There's not going to be any more traffic. We're going to do one drop off in the morning with a bus or van and one at night. We practice 16 hours a day. I told you that wasn't true, and it wasn't true.
Yes, yeah, we're at 3 minutes, Zach, but I'm going to give you a little extra time because this is the first time you've been here. So,
No, I've been here multiple times,
have you?
but I didn't get to be here last time. All right, so I'll hit the other point. The major other point is I own that road. I own part of that road. Brassfield's own part of that road. Watkins own part of that road. That you're saying, hey, you can go in there and bulldoze as much as you want. And when you do that, then you can have your Airbnb with 30 people and all that. Well, I bought my land the way it is now because I like the way it is now. I bought it. I pay taxes on it. And no doubt I'm going to have to control the erosion and the weeds because apparently putting a little straw down is erosion control. And that's what they did for the pullouts. And you said, hey, that is plenty good. So, yeah, I'm mad. It's my land. I want it the way it is. I don't want it changed. And I talked to the former president of Pennington County Planning and Zoning, and he said, I can't believe they're letting this happen. It doesn't all seem right. So, I mean, I've got more to say, but if that's it, that's it. The only other thing I'm going to say, this is not about race, gender, creed, whatever. You know, there was some comments made at the planning meeting about anti-Semitic, whatever. That's not who my wife and I are. We simply don't want our way we don't want our land changed. We don't want our way of life changed. So,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Laster.
So Zach, question for you. That land where the cutouts are, is that your land?
right? No, that's not. But if they increase the width of that road, that will be right on mine.
So where the cutouts are, or where would it be increased? You have a map so we can kind of see roughly, Cody. But where the cutouts are, if they widen where the cutouts are, that's not on your road, right?
Where the cutouts are currently no, they're just. So I own this T-piece shape, and I own this lot. So we've got Klondike coming in here, and I own this before you get to this lot. So I think the closest cutout, it's close to this lot line. I didn't run anything on there. There's one right in this area. I think it's just on the opposite side. But if you widen this out to 18 feet, that's all mine. And you can see this burned in 2002. So I didn't own it at that time, obviously. But when you're looking down at this view, the 100-year-old trees that I have left are right on this road. So, I'm probably going to lose those.
And I'm just going to follow up question, Mr. Chairman. But I understand they still there's an easement through there, right? Everyone's got an easement.
Apparently that, life's not fair.
I'm just trying to make sure I get all the facts on that one.
So the easement, we talked to an attorney. The easement said, hey, it's a poorly written easement. I don't know, it was probably written in the 80s. If somebody can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think it's worded, this easement is for quiet use of the properties. However, to me, that says it's for residential use. You're coming and going from your house. You're not to run a business out of it. Quiet use of the land.
Isn't that easement 66 feet, Zach?
That sounds right. I was thinking 60, but 66.
I think it's 66, Zach.
Any further questions for Zach?
Not at this time.
Okay. Thanks, Zach. Next, speaker request forms, Doug.
Still morning or not? Morning. I'm Doug Zog, current resident on Klondike Road. I'll be quick. Basically kind of the same as what Zach said, we do not want a commercial business, in our residential area. And that's what it is. It's a residential area. They did not follow, one of the conditions they did not follow was that they had 29 students this year. And as far as I read it, they were supposed to have 30 total people. That would have included staff and students. So they had too many people at their music camp this year. And then one of the things that they were
upset about. One day when I was coming home, my wife and I were coming down Klondike, and I just wanted to prove a point of that they weren't going to be able to handle, an emergency situation on that road. So I blocked the road with my vehicle. I just stopped. I didn't like turn sideways or anything with my vehicle. I just stopped in the middle of the road. And the first car pulled up and asked me to move. I said I wasn't going to move. So they pulled over into a cutoff. And then the other 4 vehicles or 5 vehicles, I'm not sure how many they were, but they sat there for about 10 minutes. They tried to back up. They couldn't back up. So what I was trying to prove is that if I was a fire truck, I can't back up, right? I can't pull into a pull-off. And if they couldn't back up, my house or somebody's house would have burned down already, or somebody having, a medical emergency, they would have never got there for them. So that was the reason for me blocking the road. I was just trying to create an example for you guys so you understood, what was going on back there. The practice sheds, everybody keeps calling them, well, Cody called them sheds, called them cabins, so I'm not really sure what they're supposed to be. I thought they were supposed to be practice sheds, but to me they look more like a rental cabin. They've got windows, air conditioning, power. To me it looks like something you could sleep in, something that you would call a dry cabin at most campgrounds. Go ahead.
You got 30 seconds.
Okay. I don't want the road widened, but if you plan on widening the road, just like you were talking about before, what is the point of having a narrow road and then a wide road? And with the narrow part being your access off of Highway 16. To me, they should have to widen the road from Highway 16 all the way to their property, because the Forest Service section is not any wider than the private section. If you go up there and look at it, there's nowhere for anybody to get by except for maybe 2 spots. So that really is pointless to have a narrow road to a wide road, just like you guys spoke about one of the other ones. And like Zach said, there's some 130-plus-year-old oaks along that road that if they do come up with an engineering plan, to me that engineering plan should have to include going around some of those old trees. I mean, that's just a huge waste of a pretty amazing resource that's out there, and that's why we live out there.
Doug, is your wife giving her time to you?
What's that?
Is your wife giving her time to you?
No, it's fine. That's about all I've got to say. The only thing else I've got was Brett keeps speaking about the variances that we were given. And as far as I know, the variances they're talking about were lots that were sold, but those lots were split between current owners. So we did not increase any of the residents back there. That all that property stayed within the people that were already back there. But that's all I've got.
Okay.
If you've got any questions.
Thanks, Doug.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Laster.
I've got a clarification. Cody, if you don't mind. Doug's still up there. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I remember correctly, this was zoned originally ag, or is it still ag land? All that area out there is ag land?
It's still ag land, yes.
So it's not technically residential?
Correct. No, you could go put a pig farm on this property and.
I guess my point being is everything is ag out in that area, and everybody says it's not a business area, it's a residential area. It's not zoned residential, and the facts of the matter is it's zoned ag. In ag, you can't have a business, and I'll just point out some of the ones you can: animal and poultry husbandry, which could be a pig farm.
Can you have a school?
Actually,
is that on the list?
Hold on.
It's not.
I'm just pointing out businesses that you can have. So what I'm pointing out is you can have a business in an ag zoned area.
I get that.
Family daycare home offices, nurseries and greenhouses, roadside stands that exclusively sell produce grown on the premises, and a sawmill. I mean, there's To say that somebody cannot have a business on this zone property, I would have to say I fully disagree, because the ordinance says they can have a business. Now, you may disagree what kind of business that they can have, and that's fine, that's a whole different argument. But to say they can't have a business, or they cannot operate a business in this particular zoned area, I'm going to disagree with you, because our ordinance says that you can operate a business, you just disagree with what the business is. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay,
That's
But it
that's
doesn't
my
include
point.
schools.
okay. Any further
Mr. Chair.
questions? Ron Ruskinek.
So, yeah, so when you say, like, how do you identify the business and how big the business, the different characteristics of the business? I think we really have to look at safety too. I see some major safety issues with this, whether it be what it is now or another type of business. So when I vote today, it's going to be based on what I feel is it's going to fall back on what I feel is safe and what is not safe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for Doug? Ron? No, I think we're done. Thanks, Doug.
Excuse me, Lloyd.
Go ahead, Ron.
I think condition 29, it says, this can be reviewed on a complaint basis. Well, I'm getting a lot of complaints. So how many complaints do we have to have before we figure out what to do?
You were kind of breaking up there, Ron. You need to speak in the mic.
So I think it's condition 29. It says this could be reviewed on a complaint basis. And I'm getting an awful lot of complaints. I'm seeing a lot of complaints. And my question is how many complaints do we actually have to have before we do something?
That would be Dakota.
So
Excuse me, sir, I got somebody, I'll have to come back to you after we go through the whole list, because there's a list of people that want to speak before you, Zach. Go ahead, Cody.
Cody Stack, environmental planner. So during the actual music festival, the 3 weeks I was operating, staff did not receive one complaint. The complaints that came afterwards all had to do with the road. There wasn't, from my understanding, from all the emails I've read, there wasn't one complaint about noise. There wasn't one complaint about, this is the first I've heard that they've had too many people there. And I think that was addressed by the planning commission, that the road needs to be widened before the bed and breakfast can be operated. Yeah. So the complaint thing, I can't do anything if staff doesn't receive the complaints. I can't give it to our ordinance enforcement officer to go look at if nobody calls our office and actually files a complaint with our office.
Chairman, with this review coming up, did the complaints, Cody, come in because when the review came up, though? These complaints came up now, though, right?
Correct. They came up after the fact, which how can I substantiate that?
Well, what
and
I mean
it goes their way too. They filed some complaints.
What I mean by that is they knew that this was coming up based on complaint based. And if I knew it was going to come up that way, I would have waited till, because everybody in the room knew it was complaint based and that this was going to come up reviewed based on complaint based. They sent them in when this review came up. Am I correct?
Correct, yes. And let me explain that condition.
And not because in between, because they knew it was coming up. Why would they complain beforehand?
Correct.
And then not tell you?
Yeah, and I understand that. So that condition's put in there. So usually like these reviews, they'll be put a year out, and then once they're done with the review, it'll be 2 years and then 5 years. The complaint basis is generally in between those, that time period. So 6 months from now, we receive a complaint. If we go out there and verify it and he doesn't fix it and we receive more complaints, then we bring it in front of the planning commission first for PUDs, and then the board of commissioners would see it. Okay. So that's what that condition's there for.
But this was kind of close together to have the calls, and they knew that this was going to be.
Correct, yes.
Going to be reviewed now, and they knew we were going to, they were calling me. People were calling me, I guess, in between, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind,
Hold on.
follow up.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a follow-up to that, Cody, to verify a complaint, because we know, we work with the public, there's always a he said, she said, and unless you can have some documentation on that, to verify a complaint, if there's too many people at a place, we have to do it, we have to call the cops, the ordinance enforcement officer, they have to go out there and verify that. That's the only way we can get that. Or it becomes a he said, she said, if we wait 3, 4, 5 weeks, and then say, well, they had these people there. Is that kind of how your office looks at it?
Correct, and a lot of the complaints that were received, even from the applicants, are hard for us to substantiate. It
I
was,
agree.
well, my neighbor did this, and then it was, well, they did this, and if you email us and it takes us 20 minutes to get out there, and I drive down Klondike and there's no issue, there's no traffic blockage, how do I substantiate that complaint on either side?
And if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask, or at least make a quick statement. I have noticed, I drove up there yesterday morning just to take a final look before today, and I have noticed that there's cameras. There's several cameras out in that area. I would like to know if anybody's got, whenever you come up here to present your side or your evidence or whatever, does anybody got any video or pictures of any of the stuff that you're making complaints about? Because I think that would help give context or give evidence one way or the other, because I've seen plenty of cameras out there. I just haven't seen any images or evidences of anything.
Do you need evidence for how many students were there?
To verify it, we would have
Okay,
to.
so if you must not have watched the Pennington County Planning Commission meeting then?
I did, actually.
Okay, so how many kids did he say that were there?
I'm
'Cause
not
he said there was
missing-
4 staying at one location, 9 staying at another, and 16 staying at another location. To me, that's 29. No, if you go back and watch the video, Brett states at somewhere around 2 minutes that four kids were staying at one location, 4 students, 9 students were staying at another location, and 16 were staying at another location. He states that in the video.
You did. I watched it.
I mean, I watched it. I didn't pick up on the numbers, but
So then it's just up to us to police it then the whole time.
in general, whenever I have to make a complaint on my neighbor or Cody gets a complaint for somebody else policed it. Usually,
But this is all stuff that they're
Hold on.
never going to be able to verify.
usually the individual who is violating doesn't police themselves and call themselves out. It's usually because somebody else tells us that somebody's doing it.
Sure, but I don't understand how we're going to be verifying all this stuff without us, without them calling the sheriff's department or saying we're trespassing when we're not trespassing, or coming up with some situation that didn't happen. So it's not fair to us at all. That's all I've got.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Next on my list of speakers is Mike Luce.
Morning. Mike Lose on behalf of the applicants. I'll try to hustle and respect the 3 minutes. This is sort of a good, the bad, and the ugly. Actually, I would say the great, the good, the bad, and the ugly. The festival was an absolute success. Absolute success. 20 students, no more than 20 students. If Mr. Walfish on the fly got his math wrong, I mean, that's not unheard of. There were 20 students. There were 8 faculty. They complied with everything in terms of the numbers. Staff has reported, obviously, no complaints, and went through each and all of the conditions and said that my clients did what they said they were going to do. We hosted 20 students from 10 different states and 1 foreign country. The mission was a success. Keep in mind, and Commissioner Ross Connect on Zoom, keep in mind that this is the only year that the festival will have a non-residential component. In other words, the only idea that there was, a minivan had to be rented from Denver, and we did our best to carpool to go in and out for the students and faculty that couldn't be on site, was because the bedrooms aren't complete. When they're complete, the vision is we don't have people coming and going. So if this is the worst that it's ever going to be, I think the commission can be very confident from a safety, from a convenience standpoint, that if this was as bad as it gets, you can be very comfortable in approving the continuation of this PUDO. Next year, the folks will be on site. Remember, we're talking about 3 weeks. And the fact that there were complaints, I got to say, there has to be at least a material aspect to these complaints, right? So if the camp is the great and the commission's recommendation for approval and their analysis is the good, I'd say the bad is there was just some lack of, I would say, neighborly conduct. I mean, I get that Mr. Zog wanted to prove a point and wouldn't move his vehicle, but is that really the kind of thing that we want to base a decision around? And I would submit that it's not. And frankly, the ugly is complaints that were filed. And again, we can't give credit to every complaint. You each got an email from somebody that said my clients were run out of Black Hills State. It's just objectively false. Objectively false. You were also provided from the provost of the school how much they miss hosting this 3-week festival. You cannot reconcile what the source says from someone who, I don't know what interest she had or who put her up to this, but this is starting to feel dirty, frankly, and unfair. We can't give credence to every email and every instance of unneighborly behavior, okay?
Mike, you hit your 3-minute mark, but
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you guys, I'm gonna put a bottle of water up here when it's 30 seconds till, but all the other speakers went for 4.5 to 5 minutes, so I'm gonna grant that leniency.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll consider myself on the clock. I do want to touch on the additional condition that was put in that my clients increase the road or improve the road to be able to exercise the bed and breakfast portion that this board approved. Frankly, it's entirely arbitrary because they've never used the bed and breakfast. The bed and breakfast is already limited to 6 people, where our recent experience with the 3-week camp is we had, 28 4 to 5 vehicles coming in every day. We would never have that density with a 6-person bed and breakfast limit. And so it seems entirely arbitrary. Plus, the Planning Commission didn't extend what the rights would be. They added conditions without saying, okay, you've got to spend $80,000 or whatever it's going to be, and we're still going to limit you to 6. I'm not sure where that comes from. We would just respectfully ask that that be stricken and that this body's condition about if there's a substantial change, that's when we need to increase the road. But you can feel good about approving the continuation of this overlay. Very good about it from a safety perspective, from a convenience perspective. This was a success, and we'd ask for your continued support.
Thanks, Mike.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. Okay. Mr. Laster.
Couple questions for you. I missed it because I was asking a question to get clarification, and you were talking about it, whatever I was asking to get clarification from our legal team. Now, how did he misspeak on the students? Now, what was the?
He can address it himself, but I believe he was trying to indicate, sort of where people stayed that weren't on site. There were 4 students and 2 faculty on site.
So we had a total of, including my own home, we had 3 host homes entirely for our students. One home had 7. Another one had 9, which brings us to 16, and my home had 4, which brings us to 20.
There's where the 16 was stated. Okay, fair enough. The other thing I did want to point out, you're right. I read all the complaints, and I've read everyone's complaints, support, every single thing in this. And I did find it interesting to say in the complaints to reach out to Black Hills State, and whenever we see a letter from Black Hills State in support, I did find that kind of interesting how there was some statements that they had been removed, but then you've got some support from the Black Hills State. So I thought that was kind of inconsistent. But you know just as I do what my hangup is with all this, and it's that and those cutouts. I've made that clear the whole time. I drove up there yesterday morning, and I even talked to our highway department guy. I'm not sure that the current stabilization that's up there is what's going to maintain. I've already seen rocks sloughing off underneath that matting. So if the applicants would like to visit on that one, because that's going to be my biggest aspect. I told y'all that was one of my biggest aspects on this and the safety aspect of it. And I just kind of want to know what's going to happen moving forward, because ultimately, if there's a big snow, big rain, and those cutouts collapse or cave in or whatever could happen. I mean, I'm not an engineer, and a vehicle's driving through and it pushes somebody off onto the other side. That's where I'm gonna have a big problem on that. That's the reason why that's been one of my biggest issues on that one. I see Katie over there flagging me, so
Well,
I'll let her
I-
speak to that if you don't mind.
Do you want that now? Because they still haven't spoke yet. Do you want to wait and hold your questions till then, or would you like a question now?
Well,
Because
that particular one's only dealing with the stabilization of the road, so that's what I'm concerned about.
Katie, would you address his question for him?
Katie Smirnova, applicant. So we are going forward with the road improvement as we were recommended by the county. We're currently in the stage where we're working with KLJ. They said that in the next couple of weeks, so by the end of August, the survey of the road should be completed and that the engineering plans should be available to us in the beginning of September. So we did not, if you remember, we did not end up doing any more stabilization to those cutouts because we're planning on actually doing a full road improvement as the county recommended.
Okay, fair
Well,
enough.
that, of course, would be subject to this body's vote.
Yes.
They're certainly not going to make that investment unless necessary. But if the question was a question to me, I would, like one of the neighbors, we're not experts. You guys need to rely on your experts here that recommended approval. I would defer to anybody expertise at the county to what additional might be done short of improving the road. Because I think that's an area of contention that is to be determined. But in its current condition, my clients would absolutely comply with any recommendation or investment with respect to the cutouts.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Any further questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Next on our list is Trudy Brassfield.
My name is Trudy Brassfield. My husband and I own a section of land that there's 3 cutouts on. We've owned the property since 1999. I have been in the area because my father and mother-in-law lived there since 1995. We have never experienced this kind of dissension among the neighbors at all. And to give clarification, we were all, I'm speaking for all our neighbors, we were all under the impression that we should bring our complaints to this commission and not call in every day. I didn't feel comfortable calling in every day. I don't think the staff wanted to do that, so that is why he did not hear anything. I was going to base mine on that this is a commercial property, a commercial business going into a private residential area. Is that off the table completely? Can I address that? Okay. So I do think this is a commercial area business. They cannot have concerts in an egg. They cannot have a group home, and they cannot have a vocational school. Nobody knows what to call this. They call it a festival. They call it a campus. They call it almost everything. And until last planning commission, I had only heard this referred to a private family home one time. I have a real problem with this going into a private residential area because the harmony, it is changing everything. And one of the things that I do want to bring up on,
Trudy, I
yes,
apologize. I hit the time. You're up.
No, she didn't speak that long.
3:55.
I-
Okay, I'll let you
I was
finish
gonna
up.
say that wasn't 3 minutes.
Go ahead. Sorry.
okay. On April 25th of 22, Kevin Keene of the Planning Commission, who is a real estate broker, stated, "This looks a lot like a commercial operation, and if sold, it would be sold as a commercial operation in the future. It would certainly be advertised as such." He felt that due diligence didn't happen with the access to the property, and I'm going to put in a point there. My husband's uncle owns a dirt moving property, and he has never, ever been asked, please build a road that to a house that I've already built. I've already built the house, but now I want a safe road to it. Going on with Kevin Keene, due diligence didn't happen with the access of the property or its intended uses weren't clear. He stated, it will change the nature of the neighborhood and negatively impact property owners already there. It isn't a reasonable use in that area. I have several other, one other thing I do want to say, Katie Smirnova on May 3rd, 2022, was asked by the board why they did not look for commercial property. She stated, they started with a real estate agent that sold them their current property. Can I finish this?
Yes, you can.
That sold them their current property. They started by looking at commercial properties, and they were all beyond their budget, and they couldn't afford a commercial lot. Any questions?
Any questions for Katie? I don't think so. Thanks, Katie. Oh, Trudy, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry,
Your last name.
I may ask it at the very end, never mind.
Our next speaker request is Judy Rhodey.
Judy Rhodey, property owner. First, I want to go on record that we had absolutely no contact from the applicants whatsoever in the form of a packet invitation. All we knew was rumors of what was happening out there. But I had the opportunity to view the video from the planning and zoning meeting. Up until this time, I thought we were discussing putting a business in a rural area that was used as residential. Watching the video, I learned from Katie her nationality, her religion, and how much money they're being given. I didn't need to know any of that. It was not my business, and I didn't really care. It went from a discussion of the appropriate use of this area to very personal for me. She questioned my integrity and morals and called me and the neighbors some very hurtful names. I'm happy that it is on video. This is all because you're trying to put a square in a round circle. With what was said, I foresee this getting ugly, maybe expect there to be many, many more problems in the future. If any of this goes through, I expect we'll all be back here again. With all that being said, I'm definitely not in favor of anything but a home in that area, or this will never be over. And one more comment. It went from 29 kids at the last meeting, it went to 20 kids this meeting. Do you see how impossible that would be to police? And you're expecting the neighbors to do that? And if there's something that's not allowed going on at that time, and it's on a weekend, whoever polices that from the county is not going to run out there and verify it. They won't even be working. If it's during the workday, they probably have plenty of things to do other than do that. So by the time they do get a chance to get out there, there's nothing to see. So policing it is almost impossible.
Is there any questions for Judy?
Thank you.
Thanks, Judy. Okay, at this point in time, Katie and Brett.
Hello, Katie. Oh, sorry, Brett Wallfish.
Katie Smirnova, applicants.
Please, you were listening to some of the concerns, and the commission would like to hear from you.
Sure. So I will start with the easiest one to address, which is the 29 people. Even if there was a misspeak in math, which I clarified earlier, there were 20 students there. We were originally supposed to have 21 students, and one ended up not coming last minute. I have a list of every single student that came. I'd be happy to supply it to anybody. This is very easily verified on paper. We have plenty of faculty who could recount every single student that was there. We had 20. You can go through all of our live stream footage. You can count them on stage. There's no hidden secret. We had 20 kids, and if we got our math wrong on the spot, my apologies for that. But I think that's a very easy point to address. In total, our staff came in, faculty and staff total was 8. We were at 28, and then, the occasional board member, my parents who were helping drive kids around. So, it said we can have up to 30. We had no more than 30 on premise at any point in time.
Okay. So anything else you'd like to share before we open up to the commission for questions and answers?
I'd like to speak to, so as you were in the planning commission meeting, specifically where the potentials for character defamation came in were from a particular set of emails from Miss Angie Mann, who we've never met before. We don't know how she has such strong opinions about us, and she says many things, and I don't even know who she is. But those comments were really targeted at somebody who doesn't know us and had a lot of strong opinions about us.
So to clarify, we thought that those comments, those emails were potentially anti-Semitic, discriminatory, and defamatory. This had nothing to do with our neighbors unless our neighbors know this person.
And put her up to it.
But, I guess one more thing about Judy not receiving any packets from us. She was not on our list from the county, so we made sure that every single person within, I don't remember how many feet from our property.
About 500
received.
feet.
Yeah.
So we simply followed the county ordinances. We're not going to, send certified mail to people that aren't required by the county ordinance. That's why people can get together and have conversations, and they've all come here to express their opinions.
Okay. This is what, the whole idea of having this review was to give it a trial. And normally with PUDs and conditional use permits, it's for the first year unless on a complaint basis type thing. So after this point forward, if it's approved, it would probably be on a yearly basis on a complaint based. Correct? Okay, I want to clarify that. Some of the changes that were made at the planning commission meeting
February, I think.
may not have been totally
Authorized?
staff approved. It was the commission that made those changes and so forth. And I think you guys understand how that meeting went. I was just wanting to give a little update to the current commission that this was discussed, and one of the changes from the time this was approved temporarily to now, and then when you came there Tuesday and everything happened, the planning commission had a big concern on the road and put the condition on there that they didn't want to approve the bed and breakfast until after that road was approved. That was one of their stipulations that they put on there themselves after this. So that, I just wanted to get that clear. And I think we knew what's coming, but go ahead.
Megan Kruger with the State's Attorney's Office. So I just wanted to clarify some of our ordinance requirements for review hearings for PUDs. So if you go to the PUD section under our ordinance, it refers you to 50 or 510F, and that discusses review of conditional uses. This is essentially a conditional use with multiple uses. And it says, at the conclusion of the review, the Planning Commission, which is really just you guys right now, may approve the conditional uses under the conditions already imposed, approve the conditional use with additional conditions subject to another review. 3, schedule another review hearing, or 4, schedule a revocation hearing in accordance with subsection, I believe it's I of this ordinance. So I just wanted to let you guys know what your options are at this hearing. If it was your intent to schedule a revocation hearing, that would be a separate hearing that would need to be noticed at pursuant to subsection I of 510.
So Chairman, if you look at number 29 on your conditions, it says that the plan unit development be reviewed in February 2023 on the complaint basis as being necessary by either the Planning Commission or Board of Commissioners. So we put that on there. I don't know when we put that on there either, so I don't know if it's after this or before this.
Dakota Environmental Planner, that was put on after the original condition read that it would be reviewed at the August 6th Planning Commission meeting, or August 8th, and then the August 16th Board of Commissioners meeting. So 6 months from now would be February 2023. I didn't know the meeting date, so I just put February 2023 because there were specific conditions that were originally approved that originally the bed and breakfast couldn't be operated until after this hearing. So if it was approved, we wanted to review it in 6 months to see how that was going. However, the planning commission changed it now and said that they can't operate the bed and breakfast until they improve the road. So that date can be changed by the board of commissioners if they choose, if they see fit to choose.
I didn't know if you saw that. That
Or the 6th,
29,
29.
February 29, or condition 29, February of 23. Ron had something to say, though. Lloyd?
To who?
Ron Roskinick.
Oh, Ron, did you have something you wanted to share?
Well, I just want to share an experience that I had last week or the week before. You know, a couple of weeks ago, that motorcycle was going up Highway 16 and the car ran out of gas, and motorcycle collided in the back of the car. Like I said, last week I was going down, I travel Highway 16 quite often, and I was coming home, and when I come up to Klondike, there was a truck pulling a cargo trailer there, and the cargo trailer is literally blocking the left lane of Highway 16, forcing me off the road so the other truck doesn't smash into the back of that cargo trailer. And that's a dangerous, dangerous situation. If you went up there and measured that median and you get one or two cars or a longer car or a bus or a trailer, the way that I think you need if you're going to move forward with this, I'd like to see an acceleration ramp and a decent de-acceleration ramp at that Klondike.
Okay, I'll let Cody address that.
Cody Sack, environmental planner. So DOT was routed on this. They didn't have any concerns with the request. And that was when the 100 people concerts were still on the table, since those are we've actually decreased the amount of people since DOT said that nothing would be required.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ron.
Count the skid marks at the entrance ramps on and off Reptile Gardens, Bear Country, Roughmore Candy. You know, when you live out here and you travel 16, I think I got a better feel than South Dakota DOT, but that's just my opinion.
Mr. Chairman?
Thanks, Ron. I agree with you. Go ahead, Mr. Laster.
Well, I might just be the one that disagrees on that. My son used to work at, or actually all my kids used to work at the pancake place, right there where they put that new roller coaster. What's that place called?
For Hayes?
For Hayes. And, you know, back whenever the Pearly Pit was a big conflict, there was a lot of conversation about the traffic and the road out there. And I pointed out, individuals are going to drive how individuals are going to drive. We have posted laws, we have posted speed limits, we have all that kind of stuff. There's always going to be, maybe I'm not going to use the word I would, there's always going to be individuals who aren't going to follow that. So there's always going to be individuals that are going to screw it up for everybody. However, that doesn't mean we go, okay, now we have 65 mile an hour, now we have to drop it to 35 mile an hour or all that kind of stuff. When I drove out there yesterday, I had no problems. There was no traffic whenever I turned left, and there was no traffic when I turned right off of Klondike Bar. So it all depends on the day. I mean, traffic can be busy, traffic can be heavy, traffic can be light. I mean, you're right. Are there times that it can be dangerous? I've driven through there when there's a lot of traffic through there. I've driven through there with people passing me whenever I drive through there. My son, who was at the time 17, had no concern with the 18-wheelers for Pearly Pit coming in and out of there, because he says, I know that I got to drive the speed limit. Whenever somebody was trying to say, hey, people drive over the speed limit and they're going to kill people out there. Well, we put in precautions. We made sure things happened, and we said, look, you know, unless they're violating the law, then they're going to be held accountable to the law. We have to have the same standard here, and if the DOT is saying there's not a requirement for an acceleration lane or anything of that nature, if I remember correctly, and somebody can tell me if I'm wrong, the pit, they decided to put one in because they wanted to have an extra bit of safety. I don't think we required it. So just keeping that in mind, if we're going to look at all the traffic through Highway 16 and the DOT didn't have a concern with it, I think we have to go along with that.
Yeah, so Cody Sack, environmental planner. The Pearly Pit, I believe, at the most, and I'd have to look at those conditions. I haven't looked at them for a while. At the most, the county would have put in there was that any requirement that DOT required for the road would have been needed. So if that's how the board the direction the board wants to go, that's the type of condition I would put in there. Because the second you say that you want an acceleration lane and a deceleration lane, if the DOT doesn't require that, I can't make DOT make somebody do something. They have the authority over the road.
And Mr. Chair, just a quick follow-up. And I would caution us to say, for any Airbnb or, VHR, or whatever we end up calling them, or whatnot, the moment we start saying if they go into a residential area that you have to have all this extra stuff to prevent safety. Now, again, I do believe because of the way the cutouts were done, I believe that has to be addressed 100%. That shouldn't have been done the way it was done, my opinion. But the more that we add to this one, the more we're going to start looking to add on the other ones that go into residential areas too. And some of those are in smaller residential areas and have closer homes in the area. So if we're going to be consistent, we got to be consistent with all of them.
Does anybody have any more questions for Brett?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Stand up. We've come to a point, went through all the speaker request forms, everybody's gotten to speak. This was originally set up for another hearing today to have the commission review, and not only us, but the planning commission review how things went. In my book, it's very obvious we have some not being able to get along type problems in the area, and those probably need to be addressed. But the item before us was passed with a condition that we review it before we approve the B&Bs. And the planning commission took one step further, and they don't want to approve. They approved what was in front of us, but they added the condition that they didn't want the bed and breakfast until the road was improved, because they felt it's been contentious and it's a safety hazard is what they felt. So that's what is before us today. As Megan had said, if this commission decides they want to go a whole nother route and revoke this PUD, then we'd have to set up a whole new hearing and start all over again, I think. So what other options was there, Megan? There was the revocation, we'd have to set up another hearing. We're trying to get the choices that the commission has to decide on today.
Yeah, so there are three other options. Megan Kruger with the state's attorney's office. So you may approve the conditional use under the conditions that were already previously imposed, which I believe is probably off the table, but that's up to you all. Number two is approve the conditional use with additional conditions subject to another review. And then three is to schedule another review hearing, which is essentially just kind of a continuance of what's already existing.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question for clarification?
Sure, Mr. Lester.
Megan, whenever you're talking about previously, you're talking about what the Board of Commission previously approved, or are you talking about the ones that are right here in front of us?
So it gets a little bit complex, because this is really our PUDs are a two-step process, as opposed to our traditional CUPs are really only going to be in front of the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission is just giving the Board of Commissioners a recommendation. So it would be the previous conditions that had been approved by the board that has the authority to make the final decision. So it would be your previous conditions.
Which would not include 17, is that correct?
Correct, yeah. I think that there was a 17, but it was changed before. And I think that Cody had submitted a few additional conditions to, it would probably be under, instead of subsection 1, it would be under subsection 2, which would be approve the conditional use with additional conditions subject to another review, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. I just want to understand where we're specifically in those.
It's confusing.
Okay. Any questions for Megan? Any questions for Cody? Any comments, Cody?
No, I do not have any at this time.
Okay. So the options that we have is, as she said, are three steps. The original conditions we could approve as we did 3 months ago, or we could do it with the Planning Commission's approved, or we could totally review and have a whole new hearing. So I'd go back to the commission for discussion and possible motions.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna
Mr. Laster.
throw out a conversation piece here. I'm of the mindset of what we originally approved. However, I'm gonna stay consistent to what I've stated before. To move forward with the bed and breakfast for entities that would come into the area, I want to see that that road, I want to see it stabilized before we bring anybody else in there. So at a very minimum, from my perspective, I want to see, I don't necessarily feel that it may have to be expanded to 18 feet wide. I may agree that it does, but I feel like the road has to be stabilized. Those cutouts have to be stabilized before anything else can move on, because that was one of my biggest hangups. So if I was to move forward with it, I would put something as what we previously approved, with the exception that there would be an additional condition that they make sure that the road's stabilized and that we approve the stabilization method to ensure that the road is safe for the travel of the individuals in the area. That's what I'm contemplating at this
Okay.
point in time.
Thank you, Ms. Laster. Any other comments?
Chairman.
Adcock?
So we're talking after the water area, then it needs to be at least 18 feet. And then the stabilization needs to be done on the road. That's what we're saying. So we're taking the area coming into the forest area, leaving that smaller, and then the road area the way it is, and then taking this to the 18 feet because of what? Because the whole area, again, the stabilization makes sense. The drainage area needs to be improved, coming off their property into, down the hill. So how's the 18-foot road gonna make a difference just in that spot there? I mean, the stabilization and the drainage, I understand.
That's why I'm kind of
18-foot
stuck on that
road.
18. I don't understand it. I agree with you. That's the reason why I'm kind of like, I think we need a stabilization, see what the drainage looks like before you can move forward with a true assessment of how wide you need to make it.
And we're looking at safety. So safety, if you want safety, you have to do the whole road, and we're not gonna make a bed and breakfast anywhere else or a VHR do the whole road. I guess this whole thing's giving me a headache from the beginning. Successful, this is not a success. This is a mess. Holy crap. So I watched the video and, okay, you made the number wrong. I've sat up here on Mr. Wallfish and Katie. If you're trying to be neighborly, you're not any more neighborly than the neighbors are, just by some of your statements. So I'm having some issues with my neighbor where I let him do whatever he wanted to for his business because it was, wasn't going to hurt me. Now he wants to make the conditions different, so he wanted me to give him perpetuity or whatever that word is. Gee, he was trying to tell me what that word was. Forever easement on my property now for his business. Well, that's not neighborly. Give me your easement forever. So what I'm saying is, it takes both sides to be neighborly. You can't say one thing and do another, and you can't be about yourself, and neither can they. So you guys keep going back and forth, and it's creating this huge mess. To make these guys do I don't know what size road, and you're right. There's gonna be another PUD coming because you got a person, I'll just be up straight with you guys. You have a person that has a VHR that has two houses on it that wants to do a PUD coming up on the same road. I don't know if you guys knew that was coming because they said they were long-term and now they're short-term. So now you have something else coming up with another PUD. I'm gonna be up straight, so let's just start the conversation now. So what do we do from here? I don't know. So you can do an 18-foot road, and then we could put another 18-foot road for the other PUD coming, right? Because it's gonna have to go 18 foot this way, and then you're gonna have the 18-foot PUD coming that way on, I think it's Doug's house, that area that's going up the next road to the two houses. So you guys are gonna have two PUDs if that's gonna happen. So Is it supposed to be commercial? Is it supposed to be PUDs? I thought usually when I did PUDs, they were subdivisions. I didn't see PUDs, Cody, that had commercial developments.
Oh, yeah.
Megan Crew with the state's attorney's office. So a couple years ago, when we amended our comprehensive plan,
Okay.
we got rid of PUDs as a subdivision mechanism. So they're solely used as a conditional use for multiple uses. So you have to still comply with all of the underlying zoning requirements, because this is ag. It's been my opinion all along that this doesn't necessarily not comply with ag zoning requirements.
You said does not.
What I mean is that we have a lot of Airbnbs, we have a lot of bed and breakfasts, we have schools in agriculture all over the county, and it's not necessarily inappropriate in this zoning
I just
district.
didn't know if I heard a double negative there or what. I was
I
just trying to get the
apologize.
clarification.
Yes.
I agree.
But I think the whole thing that started it all, just like I just said with my neighbor, is the communication. So now we have a problem with both sides. Once you've made your neighbors mad, because you kind of did what you wanted in one sense, and the other, the communication just got worse. And then you're adding to it, even because somebody else said something, not your neighbors, the other neighbors, and you kind of put them all in a box. So how am I supposed to vote on this? Again, it's not successful to me. It's a mess. I have to follow the rules and regs, but again, how do I determine an 18-foot road? And Travis is right, Cody. How do I determine that an 18-foot road is a safety issue when I have a 12-foot road coming into it on a forest road, coming into a 14-foot road? Then I'm gonna have the wall fishes do an 18-foot road, and then what, I'm gonna have the VHR do a 18-foot road to be doing the same thing on their PUD. How do I, okay, Cody, help me out here.
So Cody Sacrifice Planner. So that 18-foot requirement and the start and finish came from our fire administrator. So that's where that comes from. When you get onto Forest Service land, it's similar to DOT. They may allow you to widen it. They may not allow you to widen. I can't force the Forest Service to let them widen the road. I don't have that authority. The way the Forest Service looks at it, that's a public road that's on the Forest Service land. Anybody can drive up and down that on that section. So I can't make the Forest Service improve the road, and they didn't have any concerns with the request either. The Forest Service was routed on it.
So you're right, Cody, because theirs goes kind of up a hill, which is a safety factor, which has a drop off. So you're right. So the 18-foot is because of that. Here's what I'm gonna say. I think before, and I agree with Commissioner LaCroy and Commissioner Laster, before the bed and breakfast goes in, you need to improve that road. Because you're gonna have another PUD, and I can guess that person's gonna have to do the same, because it's gonna go up a hill. And number two, based on complaint based, because I'm pretty sure the neighbors are going to make sure you follow the rules. If you keep having the complaint based and you say one thing and do another, I might think differently, because I believe too, like the neighbors, this is a commercial business. And it's a commercial business if you're doing it right and you be neighborly. It doesn't mean from now on you have to be perfect at everything you do, but I'm gonna tell you, even with my neighbor, I didn't really care if he blocked my access, because it's not gonna do anything. I can go somewhere else on the other side. It's how he treated me and my manager. So I think it's the same way. Treat your neighbors with respect. Try to be a little bit different than what has been being done. I think what you guys do for your music festival can be very positive. I think it is very positive. It's just how you started out the whole issue with the road and undercutting. That is a safety factor. I'm going to tell you, from having a hill that failed over by our house, it's huge. If any of their kids or any of your kids, if that hill fails with the weight of the snow or water comes down and rolls them, it's a huge safety factor. So again, it is a commercial business. They are right. They are trying to focus in their houses as a residential area. That can still happen if you can be respectful and understand what they're saying, and they can understand that what you're trying to do is a very positive, and what you are doing is a good thing. I mean, music can be a good thing. You're not playing rock and roll, high intense music out there, but it's all going to be about respect. So for me, improve the road, do your bed and breakfast, but if it's complaint based and it keeps being a thing with of not a good commercial business out there, and it's not working, I'd have to review and maybe change how I'm voting as well. So just, that's my thoughts.
Thanks, Deb. I think, we've had a lot of discussion on this. This isn't nothing new. A lot of times this commission sends this back, continues to have residents try to work together to come up with a solution that's going to happen. In this case, I think people have drawn lines in the sand, and there is no compromise one way or the other. And when that happens, then that responsibility becomes the commission to make those decisions that I guarantee you neither one of you are going to like. And that's just the way it is. When you can't work out something equal for both sides, this commission's going to have to look at not only the legal, but the rights of lands and other different things, and come up with a decision. And it's never fully satisfied to both parties. I had the opportunity to do the planning commission, and so this is the second time within a week I've listened to this. And I've got people who are concerned with the property. I do feel for them. It's property rights and trying to make everybody fair. But I thought that was a fair assessment of what the commission did, planning commission did, by saying no bed and breakfast until that road's improved, because that was one of the biggest contentious hearings that we heard, complaints that we heard when it come through. So it made sense that was to come. As Ms. Hadcock just responded to, or alluded to, that there's some other properties out there that are a problem with Airbnbs. We're gonna have to address that. And I will be fair on that too. I'll follow what the planning commission said on that too, to be fair. But it's obvious this has come to no compromise. I think this commission has worked hard and listened hard. They've had several trips out to this area, and they've heard the concerns on both sides. So the problem is it's in our hands. We have to make the decision. And I just wanted to share that before we move forward. Mr. Roskinek, did you have anything else before I request a motion on the floor?
Only ask that you do a roll call.
Do a roll call, absolutely. I have no motion on the floor, so
Mr. Chairman, can I get a
Mr. Laster.
question to Commissioner Hadcock? Whenever you were talking about improving the road. Did you have anything specific in mind, or were you thinking primarily, just as it stated, that it has to be improved to the minimum 18 feet wide from that bridge all the way up to there is based on Jerome Harvey's recommendation?
Right, and then the undercuts have to be stabilized.
Right, and the undercuts have to be stabilized.
So, go ahead, Mr. Laster.
The follow-up to that would be, is that then nothing can operate until that is done, or only like what they put in 17? I guess my question is, does 17 really get to the heart of what you're talking about?
Well, the stabilization can't be just what they have now. That stabilization is either going to have to be some kind of, because we put
Right.
what you guys did on, and it doesn't work. It has to be engineer stabilized, basically. I don't know how you put that. Do you know, Cody?
Yeah, so again, Cody Stack, environmental planner. There's a difference between permanent stabilization and temporary stabilization. What they put up is temporary stabilization.
Okay.
That was done at the recommendation of staff, because we were not sure how the planning or the Board of Commissioners would approve. If the Board of Commissioners denied the PUD, there'd be no point to improve the road to the 18 feet, then the cutouts would have to be permanently stabilized. But if you did require the road to be improved prior to any of this, those cutouts were going to be taken out when the road was come out anyway, so those cutouts were going to be removed anyways when they cut the road. So if the road needs to be improved, that stabilization, part of that engineered study or engineered stuff, should show how they're going to stabilize that hillside, whether it's a retaining wall, whether it's sloping. They have different options.
Okay, so they'll stabilize it by either sloping it to a certain level where it won't drop off, or they'll wall it or
Correct.
do
There's
something
certain
else.
requirements. I think it's like a 3-to-1 slope that they'd have to do, or a retaining wall, an engineered
And then they
retaining
have
wall.
a drop off on the other side that because of drainage and stuff that's gonna come off that 18-foot.
Correct. They'd have to do like different drain tile and stuff behind it. All of that would come from the engineered.
Okay,
plan.
so that would cover it by our motion?
That would cover it if the road has to be improved. That would be covered by then. If the road doesn't need to be improved, then part of their stormwater permit, I contact them and say that since the road doesn't need to be improved, this needs to have final
All that comes
stabilization.
with the engineered plans and everything comes with the drainage and all that with
Correct.
it.
Yep.
Did you get that?
I did. I just want to make sure what route to go. Do I say approve the previous conditions, or if I do this, is it going to require another? See where I'm going, or is there a better way for us to add an extra condition that it doesn't require?
Megan Kruger with the State's Attorney's Office. So I believe I understand what motion you would like to make, and correct me if I'm wrong. But my understanding is that you want the road to be built to 18 foot. So what I would recommend is just slightly changing condition 17 from what the Planning Commission recommended to include that the road either has to be improved if they want to build or if they want to do the bed and breakfast, or in the alternative, if they do not do the bed and breakfast, then they have to stabilize, they have to do permanent stabilization of the cutouts.
Add the stabilizer.
There you go.
Okay.
Would that work?
So that would work, and you're right along what I'm thinking. So what's the best wording for that so that we get what we need legally?
And that the road has to be built before the bed and breakfast is done. Built.
Yeah, or permanent stabilization. So I'd say that prior to operation of the bed and breakfast, the road be improved to 18 feet wide, or permanent stabilization for the cutouts need to be implemented
If the bed and
if
breakfast
the
is
bed and
not
breakfast is
operated.
not operated.
Okay.
Hold on, hold on, we're trying to get through.
I'm just reading number 17.
Okay.
So that the portion that she's referring to would still stay in there. We're not revamping the entire or removing that condition. We're adding to the existing condition. So there's a portion there that says the increase of music camps as well.
It would still have to come here to ask for increase of the music camps in the future.
The number of music camps, correct? Yes.
Still have to.
Yes.
Did you understand they still, okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So moving forward with what we just said, that would be my motion to approve with the adjustments that we just made.
And you guys understand that, and you, sir?
So just a minute, we got something going on the floor right now. We got a motion with waiting for a second.
Got a second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second for to approve what's on there with the addition of if they don't improve the road, it goes back to they have to do a
Permanent
stabilization
stabilization, yeah.
Permanent
stabilization on that road, okay.
Permanent stabilization.
Permanent stabilization, okay, on the pullouts that are there. Okay, Cody, you got that?
I believe so. I'm working. I'm trying to write it down to
Okay.
give you your best.
Can I ask Doug a question so he can get it answered?
Megan Kruger with the State's Attorney's Office. When the minutes are done, I will re-review and make sure that the language is reflected correctly based on what you all wanted.
Okay.
Doug, do you have a question? You sure?
One final. Zach, is it? Sure. Had you sit back there for about an hour now, so.
Yeah, Trudy kind of spoke to what I was going to speak to when I raised my hand earlier. Again, Zach Haig, you know, this road has an easement. You've told me that they can improve the road. That's the law. I understand that. Why can they not approve the government land? Is this the same easement that goes with
That's
Forest Service?
not, we can't do that. Forest Service has to approve that. That's not a county issue, that's a Forest Service.
So private land can be bulldozed without our permission, but because the government owns it.
If you
can't.
signed off for the section line, well, the section line right of ways.
Or the right of way. The right of way gives them that right to do that. And Megan probably should explain that way better.
Megan Krug with the state's attorney's office. So there's 66 foot of available easement, whether it's a private or a public easement, whether it can be used for this purpose. The applicants and the neighbors need to fight that out in court. That is not for the county to determine. It's an available road that's there, and we can make a condition. And there is, I believe, a condition that says that if a court of competent jurisdiction finds that it's not available to use for that purpose, then this board will reevaluate. But easements and private easements and what use they can be put to, that's for the courts to decide.
And Zach, there's another PUD coming up right by these guys.
I heard you. I'll be.
Okay, thanks, Zach. I am going, now that we got a motion on the floor, it's been motioned and seconded, the applicant, would you like to address that? Are you, okay, no, okay. So with that, with the discussion that we've had, we got a motion and a second. I'm going to go to a roll call vote at this point in time. So, any further discussion with the commission? No. Any further last minute comment in public? Kara?
Hadcock,
Aye.
LaCroy,
Aye.
Lassiter.
Aye.
Ross Connect.
Nay.
So the motion passes 3-1. At this time, I'd look for a motion to take a 10-minute break.
So moved.
Seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Probably retired.
Still here, Lloyd.
Hey, way to hang in.
I'm doing the best that I can.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna come back out of break. I don't think we need a motion for that.
No.
So the next items on the agenda, folks, is items, to reopen the section line right away. And we have 3 items that are coming up forward. And so what I'd like to do, Jason, is ask the commission if they want to waive the rules of discussion and discuss all 3 items at once, but then we'll vote on them separately, if that's okay with.
That'd be my motion.
That'd be Deb's
I would
motion
second that.
and seconded by Laster. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Okay, so we're gonna be able to discuss all 3 items without, so if you have to go back and forth, but you can go through however you want to do it, Jason.
Sure, I'll just go through H and I to begin with, if that's
Okay.
all right with you, and leave J for the attorneys to discuss.
Okay,
So agenda items H, or agenda item H, is reopen a section line right-of-way, RS 2201, to reopen a previously vacated section line right-of-way between Section 1 and Section 36 of Township 2 South, Range 4 East of the Black Hills Meridian. And agenda item I is relocation of section line right-of-way, RS 22-02, to relocate a section line right-of-way between Section 1 and Section 36 of Township 2 South, Range 4 East, Black Hills Meridian. Applicant is Cross Sabers LLC. Landowner is Darren Rains. I believe Cross Sabers surveyor is Long Branch Civil Engineering. Location of the property is 24106 Highway 385. It is currently 7.92 acres, zoned Highway Service District. Existing land use is storage units. Access is off Highway 385, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. So a little recap of the property. On October 15th of 2019, the Board of Adjustment approved vacation of section line 19-02 August 11th of 2021, a petition to establish an isolated tract to obtain a road easement was filed with the Board of Commissioners. October 15th, 2021, the Board of Commissioners conducted a site visit to visit the subject property. As of this staff report, no action has been taken on the petition to establish an isolated tract. March 15th of this year, the Board of Commissioners denied without prejudice relocation of section line RS 22-02 to allow the petitioners time to refile in accordance with South Dakota codified law. June 22nd of this year, the county auditor verified the state requirements to file the petition. June 28th of this year, the attorney for Darren Rains, Brian Basowski of Lynn Jackson Attorneys, submitted a memorandum opposing Cross Sabers LLC and corresponding exhibits. And this memorandum and exhibits are included as attachments to my staff report, and I believe it's included in your packet. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. The county state's attorney office had provided an attorney-client privileged memo to the Board of Commissioners to explain many details of this request. County auditor stated that according to South Dakota codified law, to vacate a section line requires signatures equal to 1% of the votes cast in the last gubernatorial election. The votes cast in the November 2018 election totaled 41,470. Therefore, 417 signatures are required to file these petitions, and they have verified the 417 signatures. No other comments or concerns were received. With that, staff recommends a motion to deny reopen of section line right-of-way RS 22-01 as the public's interest will not be better served by the reopening and relocation of the section line.
Okay. That was item H, correct? Are you doing
For discussion, H and I.
H
And
and
it'll be
I?
the same recommendation for both.
Same for I. Do our attorneys have anything they want to share?
Quentin Riggins on behalf of the applicant, Cross
Okay,
Sabers.
Quentin.
Originally, when the section line was open, the parcel of property in question was not considered an isolated tract, and there would have been a point of access along the section line right-of-way. When that section line right-of-way was vacated, that point of access went away, and then it became an isolated tract, which is why the original petition was filed. However, throughout the process, it became apparent that one option available to Cross Sabers would be to reopen the section line right-of-way and to move it to the outermost portion of the property, which is where the original isolated tract easement was sought. Doing so would simply provide my clients with the access point through public access that they would have had before the vacation, which is why we went through the process of obtaining the necessary signatures in order to pursue the reopening of the section line and its relocation as opposed to an isolated tract, which is the final item for discussion today if the commission does not find that appropriate remedy. Along with what you've had is a copy of several different engineering items provided by both my client's engineer, Cale McNabo, as well as the opponents of the relocation of the right-of-way. One thing that I want to point out from a legal standpoint about the argued position that my clients already have a point of access is the fact that their plan has a couple of very significant flaws. One of which it assumes that there would only be one residence located on the upper portion of the Cross Sabers property. That's not the case. There's plans that have been provided previously to put multiple homes along that area. More importantly, though, that assumes a crossing of the Mickelson Trail that we don't believe is going to be acceptable for two reasons. The first, from my discussions with the attorney for Game Fish and Parks, while they are okay with a crossing, they prefer that crossing to be at a 90-degree angle. They don't allow you to traverse down the Mickelson Trail. There are some grandfathered uses that allow you to traverse down the Mickelson Trail. They will not give you that access point anymore. The plan that was proposed that surmises that Cross Sabers has a point of access assumes a 60-degree crossing of the Mickelson Trail, which we don't believe Game Fish and Parks will allow based upon my conversations with their attorney, John Kotilnik. In addition, there's also the issues that Mr. McNabo will address relative to a 60-degree crossing of that trail for safety purposes. That a cross of 60 degrees could result in some very significant injuries to bikers and people using the Mickelson Trail for recreation, which we don't think is a safe crossing, which is another reason we don't believe game fish and parks will allow a crossing other than a 90-degree crossing. If we don't have a 60-degree crossing, the proposal set forth by the opponent simply does not work because there's not enough area to cross the Mickelson Trail within the various floodplains, which Mr. McNabo will address as well. Because of these issues, we believe the only answer out there is a point of access along the area that's been previously discussed with the commission. We would ask that the commission reopen the section line and relocate it. That way, my clients are in the same position that they would have been in had the section line not been vacated originally.
Well, thank you, Quentin. You know what, I failed to address the audience out here today when we started this. You know, I'm really uncomfortable. This is a pretty complicated and complex request that's coming forward. And, you know, with one commissioner out and one on Zoom who's not feeling well, being assured, I don't think we're doing fair justice to everybody. I'm thinking that this is probably going to be continued so that everybody can reevaluate and we have a full course, but I also want all speakers to input for us to think about if that's done. So I just wanted to throw that out there that I think this will probably be continued, but give everybody a fair hearing to be able to give us their views on that till we have a full commission.
Thank you.
Do you have any follow-up on that, Quentin?
I would just let Mr. McNabo address the safety concerns with the proposed crossing of the Mickelson Trail.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Cale McNabo, Long Branch Civil Engineering. So, boy, the county has an ordinance. The ordinance says when you bring roads together, you typically try to do them at a 90, so you get a T-style intersection.
Cale?
80 degrees is the,
Sorry, Cale, do you have a picture of what
if we
you
can
were
scroll
thinking
down
you
through
wanted to do?
we have the
There you go.
agenda packet here.
Thank you.
Oh, this would probably be the easiest. So the section line is right here, right now.
Okay.
I vacated. The one we're discussing is reestablishing it on this property line.
Yeah.
The one that's been proposed, or that we looked at, the one that I looked at, which is non-feasible, is a 90-degree crossing on the Mickelson because you see it deadheads right into the creek. What has been proposed by, the opposing group is a crossing that would follow a 60-degree angle across the Mickelson. It's a little bit exaggerated. I think we can find their plan. But what it does is it lines the vehicles up this orientation with that being the center line of the Mickelson. Now, Ordinance 14, the county ordinance, says that minimum angle, which would be if the road were coming through here to the trail, this minimum angle is 80 degrees. So when you bring an intersection together, if this is the road, you can bring her in, but this angle has to be at minimum 80 degrees. I can tell you that in 22 years of platting thousands of lots, I don't bring them together anything less than a 90. It's standard practice. You bring the intersections together at a 90 or within a degree or so of hitting a 90-degree intersection. That's done for health and safety. Once you bring it in and you're stopped at a T-style intersection, you look left and right. You can see oncoming traffic, you can see pedestrians. The minute you start moving off of a 90-degree intersection, you're traveling this direction and you have traffic and or pedestrians coming up behind you. You have to turn and try to get a look up the road. That's why the county sets a minimum angle at 80. Now we're talking about something steeper than 80. You're talking about an additional 60 degrees to get across this intersection.
Chairman, could I ask one question?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
So Cale, they own both those outlined orange properties?
that is correct. They own
So-
this property and that one.
So that little property, there's nowhere on that little property that they could cross into the bigger property
Yeah, they can get across this property
to go to that property?
onto this property. That's correct. What they can't access is this area in yellow. There's a huge bank here vertically. There's just a tremendous amount of topographic relief that prevents you from coming through this property to access off the side of the cliff down to the lower tier, if you will.
So you can't access a piece of your property, so you're calling the whole property isolated?
No, I believe we're just talking about the area that's below.
That's what I'm saying. So if you can't, I thought when you had an isolated track, it meant that that whole track, something had to be isolated. So you're just saying if there's a piece of track
That's
on a piece of property that you can't get to,
It's topographically isolated, yes.
you can actually tell someone they have to give you access to it?
They had access. It was right there.
Yeah, but the
Before it
DOT,
got vacated. And then what we'd be asking for, this is a tough build coming down this property line, but it's probably still doable within the 66 feet. I'm contesting that this at a 90 is not constructible, and I'm contesting that this at a 60 degree is not, it's not a reasonable solution from a safety standpoint.
Mr. Chairman,
You done, Deb?
yes, sir.
it's a follow-up question to what Deb was asking. And Carol, you pointed out, there used to be access where those two yellow brackets are, is that correct?
On that section line, that would have been legal access.
Did the landowners at the time when that vacation was being proposed, did the landowners who own that property, did they fight against that vacation?
Yeah.
Were they notified of it, and did they fight against it?
Yeah, we showed up at that meeting and asked not to vacate this section line, yes.
When was that one?
5 years ago. 4 years.
Thank you for that information. We should have notes on that, right?
And we vacated it because the DOT said that would not be a good spot to have a inlet approach.
I got that, but what was the landowner's position on it?
The landowner's position is that
No, at that time, in
at
2019.
that time, is that ultimately it does provide access to this property. You know, as of right now, it's not a 4-lane road, but it doesn't seem inconceivable if it's 4-lane to the Keystone wide, that ultimately it's going to be 4-lane to Custer, which then you end up with a median down the middle, right in or right out.
But Cale, if they weren't gonna give the approach, if DOT wasn't give you, that was my point back then.
Yeah.
If DOT wasn't gonna give you an approach on that,
Today,
they weren't gonna give an approach off of 385, that's why that section line was closed. How were you gonna get a approach to put an access through it if they weren't gonna give you approach in the first place? That's why we closed it and agreed with it, because you couldn't get an approach right there.
and I think that we're talking about an approach today versus an approach ever. I mean, there was maybe I'm.
No, I was just going to add that when that became an issue that led to the ultimate vacation of the section line, one of the first things that we did was reach out to an adjoining landowner to obtain an easement that would allow us a approach off of the highway with which you could build the current roadway on if the section line were reopened and moved to that new area. So now the approach situation has been remedied through an access easement that we obtained from a neighbor.
Mr. Chair,
Ron, go ahead, Ron.
can you yeah, here's the problem I'm having. When you say isolated tract, well, the parcel that lays on the east side of Spring Creek, it's not isolated. We've already pointed out that there is access to that tract. Sure, there's a portion of that might be hard to get to, but because it's not separately platted, I cannot consider that an isolated tract. If that yellow area had been platted and that was lot 1 and the larger area was lot 2, then I would agree that would be an isolated tract.
Jay, can you answer that for us? What makes that an isolated tract when the whole parcel is a parcel And they're calling that one piece isolated.
Jay Alderman with the State's Attorney's Office. I think it's in the very first section of that chapter on the condemnation of easements for isolated tracts. It talks about if there is a portion, for instance, where it says property, and that orange, yellow incorporates that highlighted area that is claimed to be isolated. That statute contemplates that you can have a portion of a tract that is isolated due to natural barriers. So the opposing side would say that, for lack of a better explanation, God isolated that portion of the tract because of just natural barriers. And it goes on to say if it's inaccessible by motor vehicle from land otherwise owned by the owner of the isolated tract, it's isolated. That's one of the definitions. So the owner, which is Cross Sabers, you can't get, as far as I know and from what I recall of standing out there last October, you can't get to that yellow highlighted area by land owned by Cross Sabers. So you can't get to this from all of this.
And there's no other property around that area that they can access to get to that property.
Not that I'm aware of, but that's, and I'm getting a little bit cart before the horse here, but I'm absolutely recommending that before this board would take any action,
Right.
that another site visit outside of a snowy, cold day like you recall
Last
back
time
in
we were there.
October. So you could actually move around and go to all of these points of access and look at the angles and be physically on the ground and see it with your own eyes. That certainly helps me, and I'm pretty sure it would help the five of you.
And to
Mr.
see-
Chair.
And to see too if it's floodway, because isn't there a creek there? And if you could build on that track, if it's floodway, if you could even build on that track. Anyway, Jason? Is
There's a
it
special
floodway
flood
on
hazard
that
area on the
track?
property. I'll go ahead and bring that up for you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna let Travis.
I just wanted to touch base on what you were talking about, if you don't mind, before we get sidetracked. Since Gail's up here and I was gonna ask him that question, but Gail, or Jay, the I meant to say Jay, the two tracks that were there, the big one, and then there was an orange one just west of the Mickelson Trail, the trail goes through there. Cross Sabers owns both of those. Does that not consider access to that, what they're calling an isolated track, since they can walk across from point A to point B? Do you know what I'm saying?
But I don't know that, when you said walk across versus drive across. So you're not gonna walk to your house from the highway. You're gonna drive to, and I think the definition of isolated tract in that chapter talks about passable public highway.
Okay, and that's the reason why I did phrase it the way I did on purpose, because I wanted to understand that, does it mean just it's isolated because you can't drive to it, or is it isolated because I just can't get to it physically?
Yeah, there's the definition of isolation in that first section talks about it's not touched by a passable public highway, or it's not otherwise isolated due to natural barriers and inaccessible by motor vehicles from all other land owned by the owner of the isolated tract. I think I pretty well said what that is. So it has a very specific definition of isolation. One could logically presume, and I welcome anyone to come up here that's sitting behind me to correct me, but if in fact a landowner is saying this portion of my property is isolated, but they do already have private access, they already can get there, I guess the assumption would be, well, then you're obviously not isolated. So I think those statutes that we're talking about in Chapter 3122 of the South Dakota Code contemplate that there must not be already suitable private access, or we wouldn't be dealing with a petition under 3122. So if you were to take a site visit and I guess be persuaded that No, they can easily drive here and they can go there and they can get right to their property. There's no issue. But you already heard Cal come up here and say where they're proposing is virtually impossible, unsafe, or otherwise for these various reasons. So I'm not standing here telling you they have private access. I don't know enough about it to be able to tell you that.
So Chairman,
But as far as that highlighted area, that clearly, from what I understand, commissioners, is isolated due to the natural barriers that surround it so that you can't get to it. And that is one of the definitions of isolated tract in the statute.
so Chairman, Jason, is that floodway or floodplain?
Yep, so basically where this floodplain, this blue line is what they're calling the isolated tract on the other map that I showed you. And you can see in red, this is the floodway. In blue is the 100-year special flood hazard area. And it does take up the majority of this property, or
So
portion of property.
So a portion of the property is flood hazard?
Floodway, both.
Floodway?
Floodway is in red.
Okay, and
Flood hazard area
floodplain?
is in blue.
Mr. Chair,
So, hold on a sec. Ron.
Deb's on,
Flood hazard is, you can't build in.
Floodway, we highly discourage. It's pretty difficult and expensive to build in. Special flood hazard area can be built in as long as you're elevated above the base flood elevation.
Okay, and how much area is that? Does anybody know how much area that is that we're talking to build in? How wide is that? Do you know, Cale?
Yep, I got a map that's included on that agenda.
What I'm saying is, what exactly are you isolating and how much land are you telling you're isolating? What can you build in that isolated tract that you can't get to? Because you got flood hazard on there, so you can't build on the flood hazard area.
no, I think that you could, on the flood hazard, you could if you're elevated up over somewhere.
No, if I may, yeah, obviously the area in red is hydraulic floodway. You can't build in there.
Right.
Everything in the floodplain outside the hydraulic floodway is reserved for construction.
Okay, so how wide is that tract from the flood to the flood hazard? From that orange line to the flood hazard?
Well, I guess I don't have that map in here. I think I can just,
Why I'm saying that is the Mickelson Trail's gonna make you stay a certain amount off of it.
yeah, there's a setback there.
Yep. So then you have a setback from the Mickelson Trail, then you have a flood hazard. How much actually room are you talking that you could build something and what are you really actually limiting him to? Are you limiting on an isolated tract 10 feet of land that he can't build on?
Well, I don't know why I can't,
You see what I'm saying?
I can't get the distance marker to show up here.
Because there's sheer cliff next to the flood hazard, there's
That's all.
sheer cliff. On the floodplain, you have the Mickelson Trail, and then in between, you have a setback, a flood hazard, and Mickelson Trail. How much space do you really have on that isolated tract that you're talking about, that you
So-
need an access to?
The one I just identified, just clicked on there,
Yeah?
that's 151 feet approximately, obviously it's a rapid map image, from the edge of the Mickelson Trail easement per the rapid map to the edge of the hydraulic floodway.
Okay, so how far do you have to be off the floodway?
It's one of the narrowest.
No, you
ones.
could build right up to the edge of it, you just have to be above base flood elevation.
There's a build above it, and then Mickelson Trail, how much did you take off for Mickelson Trail?
Yeah, I clicked on the edge of that orange line that we clicked on initially,
Yeah?
is the edge of the Mickelson Trail right away. And I clicked on the edge of the hydraulic floodway, and I'm saying that's 150 feet of depth in there.
Okay, so he has 150 feet to build on.
It's a narrower area.
The typical residential lot would be 110 foot deep by, say, 76 feet wide or 80 feet wide.
Okay, so he could build on it.
I had something in here that listed the total number of acres, and I apologize for not knowing that offhand. Oh, the potentially usable area looks like it's 3.9 acres.
You done? I'm gonna go to Ron Roskinek.
That was my question. If they were to plat that, that would probably have to be at least a minimum. So they're saying it's over 3 acres. I guess my next question would be the setback from the Nixon Trail. I think that's larger than 25 feet, if I recall. Does anybody know that exact number?
Gail, did you know that number from how far you have to be off the Mickelson Trail?
You know, I don't know off the top of my head. I can certainly look it up.
Okay, you probably didn't hear that. He says he doesn't know that right off the bat, but he'll look it up. He was going by what the regular setbacks are when he was doing his numbers. Do you have any more questions, Ron?
No, I'm thinking it's larger than 20 or longer than 25 feet. That's all.
Okay. So we had attorneys for one side. I've got 5 speaker request forms. I bet you a couple of them were the attorneys that I don't know who they are. What's your name?
Brian Bajeski, I'm a counsel for Darren.
Okay. You didn't fill out a speaker request form? You don't need to, your representative, I just wanted to make sure.
I gave it to
Did he?
Reigns and counsel.
Oh, yeah, I was reading something else. I just want to get my list down. Okay, let you go ahead and,
So, Brian Bajeski for Darren Rains. So, and really what this entire matter boils down to is petitioners are trying to vacate the previously vacated section line back in 2019. It was up to this board, and they decided that it was in the public interest to have such section line vacated. And just going back to the actual, the logistics and merits of the reopening and the relocation of this section line, it's not a public interest. It boils down to a private interest, because when you look at the relation of the section line right-of-way, the proposed reopening and relocation of that section line right-of-way, and that in relation to also Cross Sabres property and what is on that easterly boundary, that proposed lot 11 is the only area that is served by this reopening of the section line right-of-way. That's it. As I mentioned in my memorandum to this body previously, the Forest Service does not recognize, and you cannot use section line rights-of-way for motorized vehicles over Forest Service lands. That effectively, that in addition to the topography of Cross Sabres property on that proposed lot 11, it creates a dead end for any kind of vehicular travel. And as far as any kind of public access via foot, bicycle, et cetera, that's already there via the Mickelson Trail and the existing section line access on Cross Sabres property as it exists now. And getting to the actual petitions themselves, as far as South Dakota law is concerned, there is no any kind of a statutory scheme or process for the reopening or the relocation of a section line. The only mention of the reopening of a section line is in 31.317, where it has to deal with the payment of damages and basically that the individual will not be compensated, which it is our position, and if it gets to that point, we will challenge the constitutionality of that statute in the event that there is any kind of an award or no damages awarded. But the only process available for these section line proceedings is the quote location of a highway. And if you look at the petitions and the petition that I have here, and I apologize, I'd like to clarify just to make sure that I have all of the petitions in this matter. I've got the petition for the relocated 66-foot wide section line right-of-way filed on June 22nd. Is that the only one that is out there right now? Just for clarity, because I saw the 2 separate agenda items.
So earlier this year, when the applicants originally filed this petition, there was a 2/3 petition signed by the adjacent landowners, and we do have that, and I apologize, our admin assistant is getting that to you.
Okay.
Chairman, can I ask Jason a question?
Sure.
Jason, can I ask you something? So if we open up this track, isn't there a safety factor there's only one inlet and one outlet for fire and flood evacuation? We just had this issue with one of our campgrounds. So we're going to open up a section line. We're going to open up an inlet to an area that has an isolated track with only one inlet or outlet for evacuation. So isn't there an issue with that if we do that as well? I mean, that sounds crazy to me, to open up something that might be a safety factor. So how else are you going to get people in and out? I guess you could use the Mickelson Trail, but legally that's not an inlet outlet, right? For getting people out? So won't they have to have some kind of evacuation plan or a second outlet on this kind of land before we even declare it as a isolated track or even give access to this? Because they're going to need a second access, aren't they?
I think that's definitely something to take into consideration.
Thank you,
I
Jason.
think that comes up underneath when building permits come up or planning. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You actually brought up an additional point of mine on the vehicular access and the safety issues with people, ingress and egress right there along the highway, of which Mr. Raines' engineer that we've retained in this matter, Ron Bangs, is going to address as well, and the permitting issues with that too. Essentially, what I would ask this commission to do, as far as the petition itself, is to dismiss or not even consider the petition as it sits right now, due to the fact that the way the language and the wording of that petition does not comport with the statutory requirements. There's a mention of the 2/3 petition, and my understanding of 3136 is that is only to vacate. As of right now, we're not looking to vacate. They're attempting to do the quote reopen and relocation. The only applicable process for that is the location of a highway pursuant to 3136. So again, Cross Sabers, as Mr. Bangs will attest to, there is already access. And as far as the representations of the Game Fish and Parks attorney, as of right now, if we can, some additional follow-up on that, but as of right now, we just have that as speculation. And Mr. Bangs, as you've seen in his report, is his opinion that there is sufficient access. There is either existing or available access to the Cross Sabers proposed Lot 11, as we're looking at right now. And one thing I would also like to mention too is that there hasn't been any discussion on the matter, is the Silver Dollar Saloon property. If you take a look at the aerial, you can see a lot of potential access points with even 90-degree approaches as well. There is the existing access easement, which was also included in Mr. Bangs' report as well. There had been no discussion on any kind of negotiations with them, or the feasibility or the ability to get access over that parcel. As it sits right now, any kind of either condemnation or the reopening of a section line on Mr. Range's property where it's proposed will have a huge and significantly detrimental impact on Mr. Range's investment in the property, his ability to use that property to its fullest potential when you take into consideration not only the right-of-way itself, but also the setbacks that are required from that too. So that being said, I've got my bullet points addressed. I'd like to call up Mr. Ron Bangs to go ahead and give us an overview on his report that he has prepared for this. Ron, if you could go ahead at the onset, give me your name and some of your
Ron
some of your
Bangs,
background.
engineer with Interstate Engineering. Graduated from School of Mines in 1993, went to work for the Department of Transportation for about 8 years. And then in 2001, moved out to Rapid City to work in the private sector with the Alliance of Architects, an engineering firm at that point. And then in 2004, opened my own firm until 2017, and in 2017 went to work for Interstate Engineering. I had a number of comments that I wanted to work through. I think I'm going to abbreviate some of those comments. Let me first address Long Branch's comments on safety and my skewed crossing. Yes, this is the access that I'm proposing. I've got another couple of photos that I can show you this shared access where there's an existing trail that comes down here. That's actually chained, which would imply to me that it's a trail that's being blocked. I do have a skewed angle here. I would agree with Mr. Kale that a skewed angle is not ideal. But I would point out, and Ms. Hadcock, you've addressed the floodplain issues on this. Again, I've shown this heavy solid purple line is the floodway, very restrictive development. The dashed line is your floodplain, and as they have indicated, that is buildable as long as you meet and can meet permitting requirements within the floodplain. All the information that I have been given, there was some talk about multiple lots on the upper level. All the information that I have indicates that this access that's being discussed, opening this section line, is only to service proposed lot 11. I would argue, therefore, that this is a private driveway, and some of the ordinances that Long Branch referenced may not be applicable. In my communications, with the planning department, the county currently does not have design requirements for private driveways. In my opinion, opening this section line to service one lot, I don't believe there's enough developable space in that area to develop multiple lots. You're looking at a single family. At least that's what the information I have would lead me to believe that this is for a single access. This area here, let me pull up another. This is a little bit clearer map. These lines here are contour lines, and you can see what my opponent from Long Branch was talking about. This is a very, very steep vertical cliff. There's not accessibility from this point to the lower area, which is proposed lot 11. Pull up one other.
Do we have these maps, sir?
They are in my report, yes.
Okay.
There's some photos, that's not. So the access that I'm proposing, and there's also some correspondence. Let me back up to the proposed section line opening. I've talked to Rich Zocker. I've provided some correspondence from Rich Zocker. In my opinion, I think it's going to be very challenging for the DOT to approve an access here if that section line was reopened. It would have to go through the DOT permitting process. But Rich Zocker's concern is there's an access point right here that has, and it shows up very lightly here. This is a trail that my map showed. It goes down to the lower area. It doesn't currently get to proposed lot 11, but it does clearly get down to the lower area at the elevation of the creek. That, in the correspondence with Rich Zocker, his opinion is it would be very difficult for the DOT to permit another access at this section line with the existing accesses exist, and this is a shared access that has been in use for several years. So I do not believe a section line is going to be permitted by the DOT based on my conversations with the area engineer.
We asked.
There was two options looked at by Kale. One was along this section line, and he ruled that one out because of requirements, retaining wall requirements. Again, there's significant vertical drop between this property line and this area.
Sir, he is correct, because when we went out there with the DOT, they said exactly what the engineer is saying. This was the second time I went out there. The first time he also said that no access, and that the part that the trail went down, that's where the access, I think Joe was there, our highway guy was there when the guy said that that would be the access right by the bridge, if I'm correct, would be the access where the DOT would agree with, if I'm correct, Joe, when we were there.
Kind of half heard that. Run that by me one more time, please.
For the access, when we shut it down, that I had said that when we were there the first time, that the access, that the DOT said that access by the bridge was where they would put the next access. They wouldn't put it further up where Kale and those guys were saying they would put the access.
By which bridge? I guess the one down, because there's a bridge. Are you talking the bridge on the Mickelson?
Nope, keep going down. Nope, not on the Mickelson, to the left on the highway, right there, Joe. Where the access is already there.
Well, and then it was also discussed if the section line was relocated, and the individuals have an easement on the bar's property, they could access it if the section line was relocated to here, as Cale said earlier. I think the concern with what Mr. Bangs has provided, I think Cale explained it pretty good earlier, is there enough room to actually get across the Mickelson and get onto this piece of property without impacting the flood zone and impacting the creek, which is what we seen when we were out there. I mean, Mr. Bangs says it's feasible, but boots on the ground, I don't know if it is or not. So,
Okay, I thought when we went out there the first time that he said, and maybe it was the second time when you talked to him again, but I thought he said that the second by the bridge was the place to put the access, and maybe the second time when we went out there, when you were talking to him, he said to put it on, to relocate it in that area, Joe, so maybe I misunderstood.
there's been a lot of talk about all of this, so it's probably pretty easy to get confused.
But they did tell us to shut down the one because it was never going to be used going up. So when we first were there, when nobody was there, a lot of people weren't there, they said to go ahead and shut it down because of the storage units, the drop, that there was nothing crossed on the section line at the time, and that's why we all decided that. They could relocate it. There was maybe going to be an easement later through the land, that kind of thing, and that we all decided back then that by the bridge and going down the hill, following the trail, like Mr. Bangs is talking about, and then going across seemed simpler. And then someone at the time said Mr. Henderson was already accessing, using the Mickelson Trail, because the Forest Service or something said that he could come across and go onto his land already. So that's what I remember back then. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Ron.
I guess my question was, or is, all these folks, the Hendersons have been around for years and years and years. If this is a concern, why was it only in 2019 that this became an issue?
That's when the section line was vacated.
Yeah. His response, Ron, was that was when the section line was vacated, is 2019. So.
Okay, well,
Did you want to follow up, or do you?
I guess another question is if it was to get relocated and to the north, we should separate the storage units from the Silver Dollar Bar. Would that be financially feasible to build a road from Highway 385 down to the part that's supposed to be considered isolated? I mean, that's something as an appraiser I look at is it even financially feasible?
Yeah, because I think I know where Ron's going from. Last conversations we had, he was talking about when that section line closer to the Silver Dollar, accessing the access that he has there, and if I remember right, the builders figured it was doable. But if I remember your client say, that's still not acceptable, because you're still getting too, you feel it's too close to your property. So even moving it over to where that is, that's not acceptable to you. And so that's going to be where the commission's going to have to, I think the commission's going to have to do another site visit, whether on their own or not, to walk the place in the summertime, so, to get to where they're going. So,
And you'd have to build, like I said, you're gonna have to build something, you're gonna have to build that road, and then you're gonna have to build something, because again, you're gonna have an evacuation plan. So are you gonna build a bridge across it, so you can get people in and out? What is gonna be the fire and flood evacuation plan? Because we just had someone come in here and we decided, asked Jason, that needed to be something that we needed to do in the future for anybody building by creeks. So, are you ready to build a bridge and a road, and who builds that? It's not the county, right? It's the person that's going to want that road to the isolated tract, am I correct? Okay.
so I think, commissioners, I think we need to set up a time and date again to do another site visit and discuss the options again. I mean, I'm sorry to say, that was 6 months ago. My memory's not that long.
Yeah, in talking with the parties, Mr. Riggins and everyone else here, it's pretty well understood that, there's going to be an additional site visit.
Yeah.
That being said, I would like to give Mr. Bangs the opportunity to present our side on our position on these, just so that the commission is totally informed on, with all the pertinent information before they go out there. So I would request that
How much information, sir, do you have?
Let me be brief.
Okay.
I understand.
You're from the state, old state. I don't know if you can be.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, and I'm just going to ask a question, because if we do set it up for a site visit, would you still be able to come up there and give us a refresher? Because depending on when the site visit is, we might forget some of this.
Yeah.
I just have three things I'd like to cover, and yes, I will definitely be available for a site visit,
Okay.
Let Joe say something just for a second.
if I may.
Good afternoon, Commission. Joe Miller again, Pennington County Highway. One thing that might help the commission visualize all of this is if both parties would stake the center line of their proposed accesses with possibly some cut fill numbers to give you guys a visual of the center line and how much the feasibility of this is. I don't know if that would be of interest to you guys, but I think that would be beneficial for everybody to visualize the center lines and know exactly, okay, this is where the access is, so prior to the on-site meeting, I would suggest that take place.
Yeah, because they tried to use the snow last time. So, go ahead, sir.
Couple of points. Long Branch looked at an access point along this property line and ruled it out as not being feasible, primarily because of retaining wall costs. So that's
Could you
to
speak
answer.
into the mic, please?
Sorry. Long Branch looked at, one of his options was along this north retaining, or this property line. He ruled that option out due to the cost, feasibility, retaining walls, and that's in their report, which I think you've had copies of. So to answer Ron's question, there is a feasibility concern. The other thing is, if you move away from that and pull a section line, open the section line, now you've got a portion of this parcel between that section line and that north property line that is going to be very restricted for development and almost unusable, in my opinion. A couple of differences along the highway. Some of Rich Zocker's concerns are, excuse me, the amount of approaches, the approach spacing, and site distances. That's why he's recommended this access approach right here. A couple of differences in my layout. Here, from my Mr. Kale's alignment, he used a 100-foot radius. I've reduced my radiuses to 65 feet. I don't believe a 100-foot radius is required as a private road. So there is some differences. I've got a little bit more room to work. We have not done any actual design, just like Mr. Kale has not done. We've used data that's available, public data. It needs to be modeled. The impacts whatever is decided needs to be modeled to be sure there's no impact to the base flood elevation per your floodplain permitting requirements. We have not modeled it as part of this preliminary report. I think those are the only comments that I want to bring up to the commission.
All right, thank you, sir. I do have 3 speaker requests. Did you want to wrap up real quick?
No, I don't believe I have anything additional, as my client, Mr. Range, would like to.
Mr. Raines, did you fill out a speaker request for him or not?
I did,
Oh, he
yeah.
did. So that's going to be,
Mr. Raines.
what's your first name? I don't see it. Okay. Yeah, if you want to speak, go ahead. I was just looking, I've got 3 of them. I need to eliminate one.
My name's Darren Raines. I'm the owner of Reno Gulch. I've been building 30, 40 years. We do self-storage facility and try to bring them up to par in communities, and we basically keep the ones we own because we want to be in that community. If you go out there, you'll see we've done quite a few things to try to increase the aesthetics of the property and just overall, goodness of it, or what do you want to say. I don't know if I can zoom in or out with this. Do we have a topographical map that someone could put up?
Sure, Bangs does, he's an engineer.
When I look at things as a builder, I look at things topographically, because those are where your costs, those are what's allowed, what's not. If they come in and do engineering study that, they're going to have to do extensive drilling into the side of the property on the north face of ours. If the Department of Transportation did not allow it down lower, their chances of allowing a double access, especially into a bar, is going to be very unlikely. And the other thing is, they're talking about access here, but the distance between here, this drop, and here to the trail is not that far. How would they do that? Are they going to put a bridge over the trail? I don't understand, because you'd have to cut out, destabilize the whole face there of both properties. And then you still, to get the proper slope, you'd have to have, I'm guessing, 30 to 40 foot of flat space before you cross any type of a roadway or a trail. I don't know how you're going to accomplish it. I don't know that it would be doable. It would be of great expense. There's no question about that. So I've had a hard time kind of even getting my head around some of this. And then looking up here, I've walked that and looked at this whole easement access up here, which has already been granted. And I see a very gentle slope that comes around where I think would be very easy if they wanted a 90-degree angle or a 60 or whatever to achieve that across the trail. But also, this is not an area that has a lot of trees or things that's hard to view. It's pretty easy to view long distances as we access the trail for our own purposes at time to time. And you can see a long ways. And it would be a lot more cost effective if I was looking at it as a developer to access on an existing access where you have a gentle plane sloping down to close to what you're trying to access. So I've picked my brain trying to figure out how this could be done. And if you did, you'd have to drill that whole hillside down there on the other side of the bar, which I don't know that I would want to access in their residence anyway. You'd have to do stabilizations to see what's underneath there and how you would stabilize that whole hillside. Then you'd have to bridge across or come down to the slope, which means you'd have to start closer to the road to get down to trail level to begin with, because you're going to have 30, 40 foot of flat access before you cross. So that's just my 2 cents trying to get my head around this. If this has already been vacated because they're not going to allow it there, it just seems like there's better use of resources on the other side.
I think, thanks for your input, but I'm one visual guy too, but probably on-site visual, because I think we can really walk around and take a good look at that.
Yeah.
But
I agree.
I understand we're going through that again, because we're going to end up meeting back here again, and
Yeah.
at least after us walking it,
Yeah, I'm just saying
we
that
can
because
understand what you're talking about.
in lieu of your visit,
Yeah.
these more widely spaced lines mean that it's more of a gentle slope.
Sure.
So just to have something to think about when you come out there. So
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. When I walked out there, you're right, sir. So like I said, I don't know if we're going by cost effective or not and how that works, but based on what you said, just stabilization of one hill and looking at the other side. I've been out there twice now. You're right, but, depends on how much, if we decide we're gonna do the section line, how much one person wants to spend in order to do that. And does that cost doesn't come in for us? It comes in for isolated track. My big thing again is gonna be, evacuation. Once you put that isolated track and you put one spot going in, one spot going out in a floodway, and no evacuation, how are you gonna get out? What's gonna be the best access for that? Is it gonna be the flat land or that drop off? So, for me, like I said, the Mickelson Trail is not a second access. So that's something to keep in mind for the people that are wanting that isolated track to have, an access. That's gonna come into play as well, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Uh, Okay, now, we're going back and forth here, and I think we're gonna end up setting up a site visit. And I've got 3 speaker request forms
No,
that
this
still
will take,
haven't,
this will take 5 seconds
okay,
in
go
lieu
ahead.
of the visit.
We've been here this long.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to say, when you offset floodplains in areas like that, my understanding is they've had issues of flooding in Hill City. So if you do build on a floodplain, typically you have to offset it. So I'd just be curious if they've done any analysis of that.
Travis,
I know Ron is online. Let him go ahead, because I'm going to ask Jay or Megan, whoever wants my questions, to come up here.
okay. Ron, did you have a question? Everybody was,
well, what I was going to say, this, from looking at this from an appraiser for 30 years, first thing I'd want to do is do a highest and best use analysis of that 3.9 acres. And to do that, you're going to, the highest best use would probably be a single family residence. I think everybody agrees on that. But then we know that we have an access problem, and that's where you do the cost to cure. And that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that what is the cost to cure? What's going to be the cheapest way to provide ingress and egress to that site? And just based on my site visits and been to the property a few times, I don't think that ingress and egress off of 385 on the north is just really looks like that's going to be a very costly option.
okay, thanks, Ron. I'm gonna go to the speaker request forms. Now, I got Matt Henderson.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
Please let these people are on the request list. Could you, they've been here a long time.
Is that Marcia? Yes,
Let's just let her go.
I can do that. Marcia? Thank you for being with us this evening.
This evening, yes. It's Marcia Mitchell, and I'm sure that what I have to say, in light of the historical and technical issues that we're dealing with here, will probably seem like nothing. But I do want to point out, I heard the comment earlier that there was really no public interest in this issue. Well, there is. I have lived in that area, up Reno Gulch, for 50 years, which is surprising because clearly I'm only 49, but in any event, I have to say that we walk in the morning up and down Reno Gulch Road. A lot of people do that. And we can see across the road from us, across the highway, we can see the Mickelson Trail. It would be wonderful if we had an access point there. And when we have guests who come and they say, oh, you have this great access to the trail, well, we don't. And it would be a marvelous way for us, for those of us who walk in that area, members of the public, to be able to have an access there that we could walk to and not drive to. And it would just be very helpful, and we'd be very glad to see that. And I just hope that perhaps some sort of compromise could be established so that all these issues could be addressed fairly. We are concerned about isolated property. We spent more than 50 years on a 20-acre plot off of Battle Axe. we had only one entrance and exit to our property. Had we been there during a fire, we would have been in great danger, really, to get out. So we are concerned about people who feel that any portion of their land is isolated. So that's just an aside, in addition to saying that the members of the public are interested in having access, easy access, particularly those of us who walk, those of us who are older. Just please keep those things in mind, if you will.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
so I'm not 100% positive, but I thought Howie, the owner of the Silver Dollar Bar, he was the had an easement in place or something to that effect that would allow folks to get to the Mickelson Trail off of his property. I think that's something we should check out anyhow.
Okay. Matt, now did you want to come? Had me confused. He stood up when I said Matt, and now you come.
Yeah, there's a bunch of us. Commissioners, thank you for having us here today. Very, very quick, very brief. Thank you for your time. I think the only ones that are perhaps more tired of this subject than you is us. And we look for resolution, and we look for remedy. And I feel, I'll speak for myself, but we feel that we've done everything that we possibly can to bring resolution to this matter. And in the end, all we want is access to that property and to be able to shake our neighbors' hands and be, to your point, Commissioner Hadcock, to be neighborly. I don't know the new owners. They don't know me, and that's okay. But we've worked very, very hard for decades to be good neighbors, and we want to continue that. So in that spirit, I trust that there will be resolution. I've got a million different points spinning in my head, but I won't take up any more of your time. You've been very generous with it thus far. But just please keep in mind, just give us a line, simple as that. Give us a line of some sort. I'm a fairly reasonable and successful guy. I might have that money to build that place and to put that road in, okay? So the value of the property needs to be considered as well. But again, we just want a line and we want to shake our neighbors' hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Last one is Mr. Henderson? John. Couldn't tell if it was Jonah or John or.
Bad writing, I guess. My name is John Henderson. I live rural Hill City. I'm a member of the partnership, the Cross Sabers Partnership, one of 8 partners. Most of this, Matt hit on most of it. I was going to not hit on you. I was going to hit on your comment about getting along with people and compromising. I presume you two guys are the new owners. Is that right? Rains, is it? I'd be happy to meet you and shake your hand and talk to you. We don't want battles. We don't want any battles. And I guess the last owner, and I guess it doesn't matter, but was absolutely impossible to work with. And I believe everybody here, except for maybe Mr. Roskinek, would agree with that. Anyway, so that's all I'm going to throw at you. If we're going to have another site meeting, this is going to go on and on. There's no point in beating a dead horse here. So I thank you for your service. I thank you for your time. And I hope we can get something done.
And again, Mr. Henderson and Mr. Raines, maybe you guys can.
Pardon me?
Maybe you two can work something out as well. Maybe there's a better solution for both of you.
We would be, not just me, it's the entire family, so that complicates things. But yes, I'd be glad to meet with you guys.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on just a second. See these guys talking. I was wondering if they had a date and plan for. Go ahead.
I had questions for them, for Megan or for Jay,
Yeah, I mean,
whoever wants to take.
That's
I've got
a
a
lot
couple
of
of
lawyers
questions.
in one day. I don't know. There's one set, two set.
All right, Jay, I'm going to walk you through a couple of questions just to make sure I'm understanding this, and I want our legal counsel to give an answer. That's the reason why I'm asking them. So as far as I understand the whole situation, according to 1318-1, this was vacated legally, correct? The process was done and it was all legally vacated.
It was vacated, and that decision to vacate that back in
2019.
was not appealed. So that decision wasn't appealed to circuit court, so your decision stands as the legal decision.
Gotcha. So now if the county reestablishes a section line here and then moves it even still on somebody's property, that's considered a taking, is that correct? That's taking private property, because now at this point in time, that land, even though it had a section line on it that had public access, once that was vacated, now that land is technically the landowner's private property. If we establish a new one, then it's taking of land, is that correct?
That can certainly be one of the conclusions. The statute that was referenced earlier today, 31-317, I believe, is an interesting statute. It's never been addressed by our Supreme Court, and it talks about reopening a section line where previously vacated without payment of damages. It's been suggested that you can read that two ways. You can open it, but only if you pay damages, which means you'd have to pay damages. Or take it as your first blush reading of that statute, that it can be opened without the payment of damages. And that seems to be the reading of it. You can read it 50 times, and that seems to be what it says. And if it says that, then yes, there is a question about whether that is a constitutional statute. And I'm not going to stand here and say it hasn't been litigated, so I don't know the answer to that. But certainly that is a concern for sure, because when that was vacated, the law also says the underlying land under that section line, the property interest reverts to the landowner. And of course, we know section lines, you own the dirt under the section line anyway. But regardless, it would create a private interest in that land once that encumbrance or that burden over the top of some of your land has been removed, i.e. vacated. It's unburdened. It belongs to you. You do with it as you please. And I know that was Mr. Detweiler's original plan. That's why he sought to have it vacated. So now if you reopen that, the question is, if you reopened it and left it there, which is what that statute presumes, then would that, in essence, be a taking? And that's a real question in this case. It is. Whether the Supreme Court would rule one way or the other on that, I can't guarantee that. I'll never try to. But if the plan is not to just reopen it and leave it there. It's to reopen it and move it.
Correct.
Well, same question. You move a road to a location that heretofore has never had a public road on it. Is that a taking? Again, that is a legitimate question to be raised, because it's done without the consent of the landowner, which we now know to be Raines, not Detweiler.
Right. And the final question to this, and this is probably where I'm hung up on it. If we're taking it for public access, that's one thing. But the end result of this, if we were to reestablish it, move it, now we're taking that land specifically for private access.
And I have an answer for that one. So
I'm just making sure I understand it, because that is what the petitions are for, is to open it up so that an individual can have access to their private land.
And now we're getting into the chapter 3122, which is the condemnation of easement for isolated tract. And our Supreme Court has in fact dealt with that exact issue. In 1978, the Frawley Ranch case was handed down up north of us by Spearfish. And in that case, that was one of the literal challenges of the appellant, is that you can't condemn private property for a private use. It's for a public use. And that was litigated. You'd have to read the case. It's an interesting read, but the Supreme Court came down on it like this. If the county commission, in this case, condemns a right-of-way under that chapter of the code, it's a public right-of-way. It's not a private right-of-way. So when they can, even though a private individual is seeking you to do that, to exercise your power of eminent domain, if you do so, you are creating a public right-of-way, not private. And that Supreme Court case is abundantly clear on that issue. So in this case, if you did that, you would be creating a public right-of-way, not a private right-of-way, even though the petitioner was just a private citizen wanting access to their land.
And then who would be responsible to paying the restitution
And
if there's
that's the applicant or the owner of the isolated tract is responsible under Chapter 3122 for paying the damages that are assessed. So your job, the only thing in that chapter, and make this clear, is to allow citizens to avail themselves of the county government's power of eminent domain in order to get access. That chapter is not about the county having to pay for it. It's pretty clear throughout several of the sections of that chapter that it's the responsibility for those payments to come from the applicant. It's just the legislature's way of saying who can grant access against someone's will. Well, that's a government entity through eminent domain. So that's where you would come in that case. And if you agreed that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed that would authorize you to do so, you take that action and they pay for it.
Okay, thank you.
I think at this point in time, how did we do that last time, Jay? Was it the highway department that set up the meeting for the on-site visit?
I
Because
believe
somebody's going to have to do a Google Calendar.
you actually have to do because we're kind of combined, all of this is
Public
combined.
notice.
You know, reopening a section line and relocating it doesn't require a site visit. The condemnation, which is number 3 on the list today, does require it. So what you're doing, it's all such closely tied together, all of this. I don't think anybody is against doing a site visit for whatever your decision ultimately is. So my recollection is Holly, there's a notice requirement.
Yeah.
And Holly, and it's essentially a public meeting because all 5 of you are out there discussing. You're not making decisions necessarily, but you're discussing the public business out there. So I think she set it up with your calendars and also in contact with the various surrounding landowners. So everybody could be there and agree on a time.
Yep.
And preferably in September before it snows.
Yeah. So I would recommend we do that with all 3 items this time. And once staff gets back, it's going to be a while for the applicant and for the other landowners. Please bear with us. It's not going to happen right away. But it's
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
in the interim, I would propose that the landowners discuss maybe an easement along the south, it'd be the north property boundary. I know that when Dan was involved with this, he was working with the Hendersons on a 30 or 40 foot easement, which you wouldn't have to go through none of this process if you could work something out relative to that being a solution.
Most definitely. I mean, you two seem to have conversation better than the last 2 owners, so if you guys could work something out before this time and want to bring it back, I would recommend that. So I think our motion on the floor would be to continue indefinitely would be a better one, or give it time.
The
I
motion
don't-
could simply be to schedule a site visit.
Continue this item until after the site visit,
Yeah.
until after the site visit, and then reschedule it for the,
So that would be
Commission.
item H, I, and J.
I would make the motion to continue item H, I, and J until after the Board of Commission can do a site visit, and then
Second.
schedule.
Moved by Oster, seconded by Roskinek. Any further discussion? Any last, okay. Any comments from the commission?
And if I may, the only thing I would say is if preferably that can be done
ASAP.
as quickly as
Yeah.
possible. It might have to be a special meeting.
Yeah, it's gonna end up having to be a special advertised meeting to get us all there.
And you are right, with the comments of Mr. Henderson that was up here and what you just said, Commissioner LaCroix, if a private resolution can be attained in this case, it's best for everyone,
Yeah.
obviously, so.
So you lawyers need to talk to each other a little.
All right, thank you, folks, for spending this afternoon with us. All in favor of the motion on the floor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, folks. That took care of items H, I, and J, which brings us to 21. Is there any items from
Public,
commissioners or chair? We did,
did we do public already?
Yeah, we already did public comment.
Dang, I missed that.
we can just go right into the reports. Let's just do that. You got something you want to bring forward? Travis last.
All right, I'll make mine quick. I was out of town during the Healthcare Trust Board meeting. I did go to the Rapid City Public Library Board of Trustees. Laura Armstrong from City Council just came on. She replaced Drew, not Drews. Carla Drew. I was like, I can't remember the name. Oh my goodness, I just went out there. Outside of that, we just did some board training and nothing specific to discuss there, other than that they started a program of reduction of fines or no fines, and so far they're starting to see that they're getting more of the material back, so that's probably a bonus there. I did take a tour of NAU campus just so I could get that. Mike took me out there just this last week. I met with the planning department with a constituent in my area out in Green Valley area, dealing with a road district issue. I went to the Ag and Natural Resources meeting over the West River Electric Building. They gave an overview. Actually, it's kind of funny because Ron Jeffries I was there and I was getting the overview of the ready for the fair, so I got to hear him twice, give his speech twice.
Oh, yeah.
So, but he did talk about the success of this fair. They were almost sold out of some of the tickets, and apparently from the time of that meeting to today, he obviously shared that some more tickets have been sold and sold out in some areas. The only other thing that I was going to find out, but since we're kind of going a little bit, I was going to ask, did everybody get to take a look at this, and did anybody have any comments? It was in our
Still on my
books,
kitchen table.
and I just didn't know if anybody had a chance to look at it.
I looked at it.
I mean, it does look like something that I've done in the military, and I think Tanchi used to be in the post office, is
Yeah.
what she was saying. So it looks like a standard rotational
what I was
schedule to
gonna
keep
say.
things open, so,
Rotating people
yeah, it's rotating.
like that.
Yeah.
Every other, yeah.
I mean, it's a schedule that I'm used to, so I kind of understand it. I don't know if everybody understands it, but I thought it was pretty good that she at least was able to, put it out here. I don't know if it's something that we at least have the department heads look at and see if it's something that can fit within their, their capabilities or not to meet all their needs, but it's something to, it's just another option to look at before final, until we move forward, unless it's already determined that we're going to move forward that particular way, so.
And some of the departments, that won't work because of their specific requirements of their job descriptions, but
That's why I've been so hesitant to say one way or the other. I think department heads should make that determination. I feel like we should be open 5 days a week, and if a department head can make the determination and they can make it work, then they should be able to do it. We shouldn't micromanage their scheduling, but I think it's possible in some areas. That's all I've got for me.
Okay. Sure. I'll go in order. Well, pretty much planning commission, you guys just seen it. So
thank you for.
that's what we had. Building committee, and I'm glad that you guys are both, got to sit down with the building committee and tour and see what we're doing. I know they've been sending you guys the minutes, but that still don't give you the big picture of what's happening. And I think it's getting finalized, and so I'm glad that you guys took the time to do that, because now you know
What's happening?
what's happening.
Can I ask a question about that? Are there going to just only be one proposal?
We're gonna go and have an executive session.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're gonna tell about your committees, or that's what was,
Yep,
that was your
that's the only
committee?
that's the only two I had.
Fire Service Board, they're checking on times if they want to do it 6 times a year, have meetings, or 3 times a year, or whatever. But we also, they proposed 4, Jerome and a couple of people did, but people didn't want it just 4 because they like the camaraderie of at least 6 times a year, even though we have it every month. So we're looking at that. We also, if Travis knows, our last fire cost us about 35,000. That, remember those reserves we're talking about and why we needed so much reserves in there? Those fires are becoming more and more prevalent. So those capital costs that we're gonna use some of that for has been being used up for these, fires that have been, just out of control. So
Up in my area, Duhamel Flats just recently.
isn't that crazy? Jerome does call the chair, or Travis or me, tries to get a hold of one of us and asks ahead of time and tells us kind of what's going on. Last time, a couple times ago, it was Gary, and then this time I think it's
Yeah, he's been
Travis.
talking to me
Yeah.
on the
So
Duhamel.
anyway, so you know why that is happening. I did take the tour with Kevin Burton of NEU. That was pretty cool. I won't be there at the fair opening. I have not missed that for years, but I work on Fridays all day now. So, not that I'm just blowing it off. I just actually have to work like 8:30 to 6 that day. So, if someone could say that I'm working or something nice for me, that would be nice.
Deb says yeehaw. I'll say it.
Yeehaw! That would be good. Again, we asked Tom Johnson, remember if we could meet with him. We wanted to know about some of the wages and some of the stuff. He has actually data, all kinds of different data that he uses, and they pay 50,000 for that data on all kinds of stuff. Joe was asking him. We had time to meet. They were going to have was Jim Har meet with us too, but he ended up not being able to. Sheriff wants to look at it. A couple of the departments wanted to look at it, how they do their data. It's pretty cool. Mike Cool, I think, is looking at some of that for data. So he said he would run that through for nothing if they wanted to see how they did it. So that was pretty awesome. He took his time off. It was his day off, so he actually took time for us to do that. What else? Anything else I've been doing? Hopefully not. That's about, oh, weed and pests, I didn't go. My niece was leaving and I already told, weed and pests has been a bad committee to try for me to get to, because it seems like every time we have something, I'm either sick or I'm gone at a meeting or I'm somewhere else, so.
Because they do theirs quarterly, right?
Yeah, it's really
Yes.
crazy. So I apologize because I do go to my meetings that I'm supposed to go to, or other people's. But thank you, Commissioner LaCroy. My friend's son died on Monday, so he filled in for me on Monday for planning. It was unexpected. So he was like 51 years old. So thank you, Commissioner
Oh, no
LaCroy.
problem. He covered for me no more than 2 weeks before that, so.
That was kind of crazy. That just worked out. Thank you.
Ron Roskinek, committee
Uh,
reports.
well, yeah, I think you've all seen my email that I forwarded from Sam Benny to the concerned city has on an title company. I can, I don't know. I'm having second thoughts about shutting the building down one day. I'd like to keep it open 5 days and let people do their 10-hour shifts at their leisure, whatever works. But I hate to see us go to the 4 day and then do a review and find out it don't work. And it's going to be a lot harder going to 5 days for everybody. But that's just me. But something I think that we need to have some more discussion on. The building committee, Lloyd touched on that. We did the tour of the NAU facility, and then Mike Cool, me, and Kevin, we also did a tour of Doyle Estes' building up there in Canada, the South Dakota Social Services. And so I'm glad that we did the tours. It sure made the decision making a lot easier for me when it comes to that. Gary and I met with Bruce Ellison and Rebecca Turk and planning and zoning relative to ordinance 321, which would be the hard rock mining ordinance. We left that meeting with Bruce taking a look at Bruce and Rebecca taking a look at our latest version and giving us their feedback on what they feel could be used, make a little more acceptable to them. One thing we did in the building committee is, so I believe yesterday, and I believe everybody got this information. They found the time capsule, which is kind of interesting. So, I was hoping they wouldn't have to tear too much of the building down to find it, but it seems like they got it done.
Wow, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, it's a little box about 12 inches long, 8 inches wide, 5 inches deep. And then Gary and I attended the Elevate Rapid City housing study. That housing study was strictly focused on Rapid City, didn't really touch the 3-mile limit of Rapid City or some of the surrounding communities, but the study had the focus on Rapid City for entities to qualify for some of the $50 million ARPA funds that are out there for infrastructure. And with that being said, Pennington County Housing Redevelopment, we're in the process of doing a 70-unit complex, and there will be some infrastructure costs associated with that. And I asked Brian to get with our architect to see if we can get 50,000, 100,000, 150. I think that'd be great. And to do that, we'd have to have that Rapid City housing study, which we were provided with PDFs. So hopefully we can capitalize on some of that $50 million that's out there for infrastructure. Should be it for me.
Thanks, Ron, which reminds me that they've been working on the name and logo for the crisis care. So I'll try and find an email and I can show you guys.
That'd be cool.
So
Crisis care or community?
crisis.
Home center.
So, Ron, we're gonna go into executive, well, we gotta approve, or vouchers and so forth. Are you gonna hang around for executive session? Or are you okay with everything that is present?
Yeah, I'll just hang around, Lloyd.
Okay, I'll have them get you transferred in there. So next on our agenda is approval of the vouchers.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the vouchers. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Now I need, look for a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Moved
Second.
and seconded by Agak to go into executive session. All in favor indicate by.
Aye.
That was SDL 1-25-3 for contractual and pending litigation and personnel. Okay.
Move to come out of executive session?
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. With that, I'd recognize Sandy from the HR department.
Sandy Sortland, HR Generalist. We have 2 personnel issues for motion. Move to allow an exception to the pay policy to place Lai Ting Sun at B23 Step 5, $22.80 an hour in the position of cartographer effective August 21st, 2022.
So moved.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 And secondly, move to allow an exception to the pay policy to place Leslie Beck at B21 Step 8, $19.52 an hour in the position of staff assistant / receptionist effective August 15th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Move to adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thanks, Ron.
See you, Lloyd.
See ya.